Thank you for being here on our first snowy morning of the year. Hopefully everybody was able to dust off their cars, and thanks for being with us today, and we look forward to working with everybody. Councillor Page and Councillor Charwood are not here yet. We just learned that they're going to be a few minutes late. So, okay, I'd like to start off with the Aboriginal Acknowledgement, and we'd like to acknowledge the land of which we gathered is the traditional territory of the Tanaha, Silix, and Sinix peoples, and is home to Métis and many diverse Aboriginal persons. We honour their connection to the land, rivers, and respect the importance of the environment to our strength as a community. And with that, I'd like to know if there are any late items. None. Okay, adoption of the agenda is presented. Councillor Renwick and Councillor Woodward, all in favour? Thank you. Recommendations from the Committee of the Whole, there are none. Adoption of the minutes of the previous meeting. Councillor Renwick.
Do we have any?
No. Councillor Woodward, there are none. No. All in favour?
No, we don't have any minutes.
Okay. Requests, delegations, bylaws, recommendation from staff, and the council priorities is the Nelson Next presentation. There's Councillor Page.
I had to fix some things.
You are the
So
fix-it
up
guy.
first on our agenda is the council priorities and Nelson Next presentation. Which order are they coming in?
Yeah, we'll talk to this. So what we have done is provided you with just a slightly revised document from the one I sent out yesterday afternoon. There's not a lot of change. We cleaned it up a little bit. We had Ginger explained that this was in Publisher. We put it in Word and back and forth for a few times, so there was a few things that were uncooperative, but hopefully it's a little bit more legible now. Probably it's just some of the bullet things that aren't quite cooperating. So we have a choice. I don't know if everybody's had a chance to read that. I know Nicole's not here yet, so we could take 20 minutes to have a quick read through that. And what I thought we'd do is allow Carmen and her team to do the presentation on Nelson Next. I think the rest of this, council has seen and is aware of hopefully most of these. There's a couple new items that are, have come up in the last few weeks that I've added here, and then I can speak to directly. But like I said, I thought if we maybe take a little time to read through that, maybe that gives Nicole a chance to get here and hear the presentation. Then do the Nelson Next presentation, and then we'll have a discussion with council. Here's where we're at with these, the various initiatives that you set as a council, and up in Roslyn. Probably seems like a light years before, or a long time ago. But there's, we just wanted to give an update where we're at with those, all those initiatives, and give you a chance to, really let us know the ones you want us to try to get across the finish line or as close to the finish line as possible. Do you want to suspend some things? Adding new things is possible, but it's a long list of things we're doing. So that was my thoughts, if that works for everyone.
So we'll have the Nelson Next presentation now.
Well, Nicole's here now, so we can start there, and then we can start there, and then that will sort of frame that section of your priorities, and then we'll talk about the larger set of priorities after the presentation.
All right.
John, before we do that,
Yeah.
I was not able to reschedule a parent-teacher interview at 1:30, and I don't
No
want to
problem,
miss
yeah.
anything. Can we move lunch at all? I don't know if we need to.
I think we should be able to do this morning.
I think so.
Yeah,
We'll figure out a way to get you there.
this is hopefully, an update. It's not a rethink of the whole priority. So
The entire thing.
Yeah. Let's start again. We'll have to head back up to Roslyn if we're gonna do that.
All right, so I'm not sure who's taking on.
Carmen will.
Carmen will
Carmen
lead
will
that?
lead this. First of all, she'll introduce the new team we have here, and we're pretty excited about the young folks we have.
New team.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, I'm going to start informally first and explain what I have placed on each of your desks. So when I started this role in the spring, this is one of the first things that I did was these little postcards, because we really saw and recognized that Nelson's doing so much already, and one of the gaps was letting the community know about it. And so what we did was we quickly threw together one page on the website that has all of the programs that align with Nelson Next. And so we can update that page and not have to update the cards. So I've given you each a little stack because I know that you guys all are connected to the community through different various committees you sit on and meetings. So please feel free to take those and share them around. I have more if you need more, and eventually you'll start seeing them even in the community. We saw some protesters out last week. They were the doctors for, I forget already. For planetary health, and I went out and introduced myself, and I gave them some, and a lot of the doctors were really excited to put those in their offices. So yeah, that was sort of my intro to that, and now I'll get on with our
Carmen, maybe
reason
I'll just
here.
add to that.
Sure.
I think one of the observations that Carmen made, even with the Nest Lab, was even folks that are quite informed and quite committed. Ideas would come up and she'd go, "Oh, yeah, no, we're doing that." Something else would come up. Nope, no, we're doing that one. So that was her introduction to that, and that's, like I said, people that are informed, committed, and we have so much going on, and it's really, and I think we've talked about this in the past, it's getting participation. Ultimately, we need people to, we need to hit that out of the park. We need all of these things that we get high levels of participation, and that's, and again, I think Carmen's observation working with other communities on the EcoSave or the REAP program was, unless you had a council, a community, out there, promoting these things, then, the uptake was significantly different in different communities.
Thank you for that, Kevin. So go back to the first slide of our presentation. I just want to congratulate everybody in the room, mayor and council and staff, for approving a plan that is bold and agile and that will be, promoting a safe and healthy community. Obviously, given the state of things, again, we're, in a state of emergency. So I just want to speak on behalf of our team. We couldn't be more grateful to be here, but we're also very happy to be involved in this such important work right now. Okay, so I just want to give you a rundown, sort of a snapshot of what the day is going to look like for us. I'm going to introduce our team and their roles. We're going to run through our plans to implementation. We're going to be using the targets in Nelson Next to guide our mitigation and adaptation priorities. We're going to be focused on 3 key areas: transportation, buildings, and waste. And we're going to talk about the importance that communications and community will play in achieving a low-carbon community and the success of that. And of course, we're also going to tell you about how we plan on tracking the progress and reporting that back out. Sarah, is there something I should do on my end?
No, just
for
give me a second.
the slides?
I'm having a bit of course. Technical difficulty, but it will come up in just a second.
No presentation can happen without some sort of technical difficulties. Do you want me to wait or should I carry on?
No, if you could just
Yep, no problem.
wait, it should show up. For some reason. Is it full screen on yours?
It's full screen on mine. I do have the notes.
I'm restraining myself. I already fixed it.
What's council gonna do when Keith is not here?
When he doesn't make it next time?
What's that?
When he doesn't make it next time?
I'm just saying, it's gonna be challenging.
Burn.
Burn.
Oh, there you go. You're controlling it.
It's that it doesn't show up here. It's showing the wrong screen on mine.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Oh,
There we go.
There we go. So can we put it into presentation mode up there so that they're seeing the full slide, not the.
For $100, he'll tell you what he did.
yeah.
Darn, I forgot to slip one of those into my pocket today.
Second. There, you can take it out of presentation mode from there.
Has the notes up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How can we get it to?
That's. It's one of these.
It was working perfect.
There we go.
See, I never do the presentation, so.
More things you can do.
And you can never do a dry run. Just sure as hell you'll turn it off and go for coffee.
Your reboots.
Completely different.
Well, at least we have some.
Sir, what did you do in the beginning when we just had it, like I had the notes here, but
It worked over there. Let me just. It's, yeah.
Like, we're over here.
Hey, let me on.
Lots of snow your way. More than you. Yeah, both sides. So you don't.
So Councillor Lockenberg, I don't see my
Never know how
my
Well,
single malt
it's, so
Scotch sampler.
use present
Anywhere.
review.
I'm so sorry.
Let me just get it back into extended mode.
I seriously,
Good mode.
I had
So
one
there's two
good
screens.
night of scotch.
I don't want to,
And it was good.
because this is what shows up. That's the problem, like when it's on.
Yeah, you just want the presentation to be on the other
It felt really
screen,
bad.
right? You
Well,
want
I don't want, all I can show right now is the blue screen from
Hal, I was
mine.
thinking
I
I-
can't,
Were ya?
this doesn't
Yeah, it
show
was.
if it's an
And
extended
Janice, I
mode.
was thinking about you guys. Like,
Stress.
Oh,
Well, you get to bring.
You knew, right?
You get to bring a whole liter home duty free, right? So.
I need it to show on these
You're like,
screens.
Okay.
It
A whole
won't.
leader for.
And when it
I
does,
always see the presentations, I never give the presentation. I don't know how to run PowerPoint.
okay, that's fine, but then it shows in this mode, and I can't. I don't know why.
You wanna go full screen?
Let's just see. There we go.
There you go.
Did you,
They've got that,
Nice.
okay. We're good.
You got it.
It's kicking off.
All right.
I know, but it keeps doing its own thing, so, okay.
guys are up
Good
with
work.
the couch.
Hopefully-
I was thinking
And you're
you could have
just
gotten a
on-
ride.
It's just that having him here with me.
Oh,
thank you, Dave.
I'm actually staying down the street.
Thank you.
Kim is staying in my room because of the dog.
Okay.
But he's not replacing him, so.
All right.
Carmen, if we could also ask you to make sure the microphone is close there as well, because you're not a very loud speaker and it's difficult to get the sound just right.
Yeah. How does this sound to you guys?
Yeah, probably.
That good?
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, great. All right, so this is the slide that you didn't see, but I did already speak to it. Just on a little recap, we're going to be using the targets in Nelson Next to guide our mitigation and adaptation priorities with a key focus of transportation, buildings, and waste. And we're going to, you will hear from us about how the importance of community and communications will also help to achieve a low-carbon community. And we will review how we plan on tracking and reporting this success and the progress of this. So I'm going to talk about the roles of our new team as I introduce them. Can you guys hear me all right? Okay. We're going to be talking about the roles in an outcome-based focus. So when you hear me talk about their roles, what you're going to hear is the outcome that we are looking to achieve. So myself, I'm Carmen Proctor, the new Climate and Energy Manager, and under my role, city departments are supported to achieve their climate action initiatives. The Regional Energy Efficiency Program is scaled up and continues to influence residents to build and renovate in ways that result in the highest possible reductions in GHG emissions. A new program to divert organic waste has been launched in a phased approach with the eventual 100% participation in the community. Transportation emissions are reduced through an increase of e-bike loans. Next, we have Cecilia Jakes. She's the new Climate and Energy Advisor. And the outcome that we're looking to achieve with this role is an increased buy-in from residents and city staff on climate action. Programs offered by the city are well-known and utilized. City operations and city-led projects result in decreased emissions. Systems are developed and tracked to monitor progress on a city-wide climate action. Regular check-ins have kept priorities on track. Ideas and current trends are brought forward, and Nelson continues to innovate and show leadership on climate action. And next we have Emily Mask. She's the new coordinator for the Organics Diversion Program. And the outcome that we're looking to achieve here is that the Organics Diversion Program has been developed and rolled out to the community. Residents have received the pre-treatment appliance and have learned how to create less waste through zero waste campaigns and a robust education on best practice for the use of the technology. A system is in place to monitor and evaluate the diversion rate, and any barriers that come up are addressed as they arise. Research into local use for the end product has been conducted. And part of our team is Natalie Douglas, who you've all heard from. She has done an amazing job on embodied carbon and the Nest Lab. She reports to me, however, works very closely with Development Service. Says her contract ends at the end of December, and we are working towards securing more funding so that she can continue this great work in 2022. I also didn't mention part of the team that is specifically related to the Regional Energy Efficiency Program. I did speak about this in depth on my presentation to you for Nelson Hydro, but that is Erin Thompson and Jeanette Pothenroth, as well as on a part-time basis, Jillian McKay from Nelson Hydro. So Cecilia will speak more to this, but we have already met with some departments. I have met with finance with Chris and Colin, and we've discussed the budget, and they're feeling comfortable with what we are planning. And even though these roles are pretty defined, we are going to be working collaboratively as a team to ensure that all of these outcomes are achieved together. And with that,
Does that add up to about 8 people that are concentrating on these programs? 7 or 8, I think.
so yeah, Erin and Jeanette deliver some services for me through contract.
Okay.
Jillian is very part-time, about 4 hours a week, and Emily is full-time, and so is Cecilia. And Natalie's position is fully funded and also works full-time.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, and also, I think it's important, it's, as Carmen mentioned, it's not, this team is not going to, implement Nelson Next on their own. First, there's a big community component of it, but there's also other departments that lead certain initiatives, and this team is to support that. So, for example, wildfire and drought, our water systems, all those things are on that adaptation side of it. Colin Innes is leading the water side of this. How are we making sure we have enough water? How are we getting a secondary source? All those things are coming from there. Len's team leads the emergency management side, dealing with wildfire mitigation. How do we defend our community? What do we do in the event of a drought? So, I think I've said this in the past. This is work we've always done. We always run a green electric utility. We've always managed our water systems, but there's a new lens on this, as we saw this past weekend in the Lower Mainland. Is how are we positioned to manage those events? And again, I think when Colin Innes spoke, even on the stormwater piece of it, we need to really look at how we manage those bigger events in our community. Certainly all professionals now, that's part of your requirement. An engineer cannot design anything in today's world without considering climate change. That is part of their professional obligations under their societies. Accountants, we need to take into account those things as we move forward. So I just want to make sure that people don't feel that this, everything is contingent on this team. Having said that, though, I've made it really clear that, this team is going to make sure that we stay on track on those things, whether it's where we're at with water or wildfire or whatever, that they're they have the duty to make sure that they understand what others are doing. They have the opportunity to support them. They might hear another community's doing that or whatever. So they're, it's a real collaborative approach. And that's why I felt it was important to come on under my wing, because, I have that connection across the organization, and that's the only way we're going to implement this effectively.
Thanks, Kevin. Councillor Woodward.
Thank you. I mean, as we've seen over the last week, I think what is critical also is that, yes, Nelson is getting prepared, but on a regional level too, because, I mean, look at what happened towards the coast, and, whole regions had to come together to work and help. So as much as we're preparing, I'm hoping there's communications with Castlegar Trail Regional District, that it's a group effort, because we're going to need each other more than ever over the next 5-10 years.
Yeah, and I think Glenn mentioned this, or maybe it happened after his presentation. He was in a call with the RDCK and Castlegar on how to respond. Certainly Castlegar with the wildfire at Mary Creek this last summer. The urgency and attentiveness of council has changed. It's really easy for that to be something in a book somewhere, but really paying attention to it and being able to really respond. I think that level of importance has risen, and yeah, so he was working with that, and I'm actually just sent a note this morning to Chris Barlow, the CAO of Castlegar, to meet just on how do we do a better job of supporting ourselves. I know the mayor's been meeting with the other regional mayors, and we all have to, I agree 100%, we have to make sure that we're thinking regionally. And I think, as Len pointed out, a wildfire coming into Nelson, the most at risk we is from the west. And it's not this mountain over here, it's all that Blewett, Tagum area. That's where we're vulnerable, and if we're not figuring out how we defend our city from there, then we're not doing the right job.
Thank you.
And I think that we'll, as you guys hear from us today, you'll see that there's a lot of collaboration across the region, as well as with the departments and the community. So how we're going to do our presentation is it's going to be handed between all of us. Cecilia is going to speak to the more implementation side of things, and then she's going to touch on one of the key areas of transportation. When it comes to building, she's going to pass it back to me, and then when we talk about the organics diversion, we'll let Emily introduce herself and tell you about that. And then we'll continue to wrap it back up. So, speaking of these unique skill sets, we're going to hand it off to Cecilia Jakes.
And welcome, Cecilia. We're really excited to have you here, and we're a great new member of our community. So thanks.
That's a really great place to start. Thank you, Kevin. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah, okay, wonderful. So yes, I'm Cecilia. I am incredibly pleased to be here. Before I touch on these targets, I just will take a moment to talk a little bit about my background and what brought me here. So yeah, my educational background is that I hold a master's in sustainability science from Lund University in Sweden. And I spent a couple years there really focused on climate solutions as opposed to just climate change and what the problems are. And so I came out of that really equipped with some really great foundation on, you know, what we need to do and where we need to go in order to, yeah, really work together to address the issues that we're all facing. And yeah, so I spent the last year and a half working in Metro Vancouver. I had a small sustainability consultancy where I specialized mostly in strategic sustainability planning, but also in engagement for sustainability and within education as well. And when I was working for Metro Vancouver, I actually was doing a little bit of research and I came across Nelson Next, and I was incredibly excited about this plan. And so I reached out to the municipality, and not so long later, here I am, which worked out very well for me because before that, I had actually never been to Nelson. And so I visited on the weekend here in the summertime and was just, you know, really impressed by the community and really excited to, yeah, to join this wonderful work here. Yeah, and so everybody here knows that we have some really ambitious climate action targets. These are some of the most ambitious targets in the world and certainly within Canada. So we definitely have our work cut out for us. And as Kevin spoke to, you know, we're a small team, but we have a very large mandate. And it is going to take absolutely everybody, so that means everybody in this room, but also all city staff and all of our community members to make sure that we are moving in the direction that we need to go. And so our team and all the work that we do is going to be focused on moving the dial and bringing us closer to achieving these targets.
And I did share, these were aspirational goals of the council, but we wanted to set a very high bar in that they shouldn't lose sleep every night and walk around with anxiety. So we're not at 40% next week.
We aspirationally would like to have a planet to give to the next group. Aspirationally.
I think that's a wonderful goal.
We can all agree on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been very eye-opening to see, you know, what types of actions would we actually need to get there. And, you know, we've spent a lot of time looking at what those would be. And I do feel like what we are bringing forward today is a really good attempt. I think we're all going to give it our best shot here. So I can feel really good about that. Yeah, and so what you see here on this slide is basically the overarching idea about how we're going to approach this work. And so our team is really going to be guided by our emissions profile. And that's what you see on the right-hand side of the slide there. And why I love this is because it really crystallizes the areas that we need to focus on when we're driving down emissions. So obviously transportation, and particularly passenger vehicles, is incredibly important for us, as are buildings. And then of course we have waste as well, which Emily will be talking about within the presentation. So, you know, for those who might look at that profile and think, you know, why would you focus on waste? It's such a small portion, but you know, this is really something we can control. We have some great systems in place, and we're pretty confident that the programs that we're putting in place already, we're going to knock these targets out of the park in that sphere. So we're really excited about that. Yeah, and so, I mean, Carmen and both Kevin have already spoken a little bit about this, but our team is going to be needing to be incredibly collaborative in the work that we do. And so that means working closely with departments, but also key stakeholders in our community to make sure that everybody is, you know, aligned and moving together in the right direction. The other thing that was really, really clear in the work that was done around Nelson Next is that this needs to be equity focused. And what that means is that all of our communications, all of our programs, they're really going to be designed in a way from the outset that are inclusive of all the different types of residents that we have in our community. So you'll hear more about some specific examples as we move forward, but right now our team is really focused on rolling out this organics program, and that means that we're thinking about like how might a senior citizen use this unit once it comes in their house. It's not very heavy, but they have different needs. And so this is what we mean when we're talking about equity, is really, taking that moment of pause in the design stage to make sure that those things are not lost, that they're actually like baked right in from the beginning. Yeah, and so one of the things that I've loved so far is that every time we have a conversation with somebody around the work that we're doing, they have a project idea that they are incredibly excited about, which is wonderful to see. It means that people are bought in, they want to do the right thing, we're going to move forward. But our team, you've seen the emissions profile, like we're going to be needing to be strategic, because I think we're all aware, like we're also facing some time limits here. Like we need to be driving down our emissions as quickly as possible. And so that's where our team is really going to be focused. Yeah, and then the other thing is, what I mean by process focused on this slide is that we need to be embedding climate change into the way in which we make decisions as a municipality. And so rather than looking at, a project list and taking it off and like, oh great, we did the thing, we want to be making sure that we're considering our mitigation and adaptation priorities from the outset of the things that we do as a municipality. Yeah, and so the last point here about working with departments to strengthen our implementation, our role here is really going to be that overarching set of eyes to make sure that people are not working in silos, and that we're bridging the things together that need to be bridged, that we're bringing forward opportunities that our departments can work with that are viable for them, and that we're staying abreast of, all the different changes that are happening, so that we can be that set of eyes and ears and know, okay, there's a new funding opportunity that's coming in, like you guys should apply for this for whatever project you're working on, or oh, you're building, a transit station, like maybe we should be thinking about shading some areas there, so that when we do have those really hot days, that we're prepared for them as a community. Yes, please.
Something I feel like is a key piece here is that, there's a lot going on now with climate, and it's global. And
Yeah.
it is pretty overwhelming. I think a lot of people feel, especially with just what just happened here locally, is it does feel so gigantic and overwhelming. So I think often people want to find a way they can participate in the process of trying to head in the right direction. So I'm just wondering, like in all of this, I know you've talked about working with the community, but I think if we're looking for buy-in, people are going to really need to know that they can get direction, or they can do something that's actually going to have real world effects.
Yeah.
I think with what we saw at COP26 was, again, a lot of policy, but not direct cuts. So I kind of feel like this is just amazing, but as long as we keep going in that, where action is actually being implemented, and you can actually see trend lines happening.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, actually. And, one of the things that we saw in the engagement in Nelson Next, and Kate Letizia did an amazing job of really listening to the community concerns, is that people don't know what types of actions will lead to what types of outcomes yet. And so our job is really to be focused on our calls to action, to make sure that they know what they're doing will actually lead to a difference, and that what they're doing, they're not doing it alone. Like we're in lockstep with our community, and that when you decide to ride your bicycle, you're not doing that just by yourself. You're joining a whole swath of community members who are doing the same thing as you. And you'll hear more about what exactly our approach is going to be to working directly with the community a little bit later in the presentation, but we are going to be taking a really networked approach, because there are so many community groups here in Nelson who want to do this work.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other questions just off the bat? Okay, I will jump forward then. So as Carmen mentioned, we're going to first talk about our mitigation priorities. And for those who are listening who don't maybe know about climate mitigation, our plan is a low carbon resilience plan. And this means that we're not just focused on driving down emissions within mitigation, we're also doing climate adaptation work. So it's these two things together that make this approach quite strong. And so our first priority is transportation. We already know that this is going to be incredibly important for us. And what you see here up top is just the aspiration within Nelson Next that this falls under, and it's really the first one. And I think that speaks to the level of buy-in from the community and recognition that we really need to focus on this area. So, actually, when I came to Nelson in the summertime, one of the first things that I noticed, I was walking on Baker Street with my partner. There's so many e-bikes here, and I was kind of wondering, like, is this trendy here? Like, what is going on? So it's really great to see that was actually the result of the EcoSave e-bike financing program. And so our team is really going to be working on scaling up participation in this program to make sure that people know that they can actually access this financing. And then, Sebastian is here, and so he'll have all the great details on this one. But we are going to be working really closely with,
Cecilia, just on a little thing on, the e-bike program. So we needed to reorder our garbage tags for our waste pickup. And I think it was Ginger said, can we put a message on there and promote some of our programs? So one of them will say, access up to $8,000 for a e-bike loan.
Nice.
E-bike. So that every time someone takes that out, that will be another reminder that, hey, we have this program. So those are some of that integration that Cecilia and Carmen are speaking about. How do we get that message out consistently?
Well, Cecilia, I know you're going to come back to it, but it seems like this may be a time to start the conversation. One of the things that I've been thinking about a lot lately is related to this card and to community engagement, which is it would be really interesting to have a clearly defined path to net zero for each person, so that it's literally like a checklist, and you get badges for everything you've achieved until you can go around saying, "Hey, I've hit net zero in my life because I've gone through the list." So it would be I've electrified my transportation, I'm fully participating in the organics diversion, and you know where you are and where you're going. If you see what I mean?
Yeah, I do see what you mean. That's a super interesting idea. I like it. Yeah, Carmen's writing it down right now. Yeah, and I like that. I would love to see that link to, the other community members that are participating as well.
Yeah.
I saw something recently where there was a campaign that was focused really about, like, what can you do as an individual? And there was a lot of backlash against that, actually, because people were like, no, we need systems change. We all need to work together. Yeah. So I love this. I would say that our communications approach is really going to be looking at those entry points and then making sure that people know that they're not alone in that work, which is going to be super important.
And one of the things I think it would help if they understood was that their personal behavior change also creates general social license as well as social capital and political will. Like, as a council, as elected people, it's easier for us to set aggressive policy if we see that there's a community that's really bought in, doing more than just talking about changing, but have actually made a change in their life.
Yeah.
So there's a feedback.
Yeah.
If I could just jump in, we're going to discuss this a little bit later in our presentation, but that's one of the things that we've identified is going to be really important for reporting out the progress, because if we're having this call to action and we're showing people what they can do to make a difference, but then they're just like, well, now I'm out of my car, I'm onto a bike, or, I'm using this, I'm diverting my organic, but how do I fit into the bigger piece? What kind of difference have I made in this collectively? And so it's going to be really important for us to report regularly out to not only mayor and council, but the community on this progress. So I do like your ideas. I've made a note. But we will be looking at all kinds of different ways and really assessing them along the way as to what is working to really be motivating people to make this behavior change, and also by supporting the departments that are responsible for the sort of infrastructure support systems that need, like, we can't just expect everyone to get in their bikes if there's no, appropriate bike lanes and that sort of thing. So it's a bit of a strategy, but we definitely hear what you're saying and agree that it's going to be really important if people feel like they're actually part of this and making a difference.
That they have ownership.
Yeah.
The ideas come from them.
And a little example of that was, the food cycler pilot. Ginger created that Facebook group, and that became a community, right? And when you're part of a community, you don't want to let the community down, right? When you're an individual, it's really easy to let yourself down or make reasons why, today it's snowy, I can't do that today, right? But when you're part of that community and people are relying on you, then, and that's definitely something we've been talking about as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess the last thing that I'll say about that is we know some stuff about our community already. Our community is very health conscious. They see clearly the links between what's happening outside and climate change, and they want us to work really hard on this stuff. And so it's going to be important for us that we are really signaling that we're actually not in the engagement phase, like we're moving into action now. And we want to make really clear the things that we're doing to support that so that people can, we can actually begin to build some trust and like dialogue in that space and be like, yeah, we are moving together in the same direction. So we've had lots of conversations about what the role communications are going to play in this work. So the active transportation plan is being implemented through development services, and our team is going to be working really closely to support this work. And so, we've already had some initial conversations with them about how that fits in, but in practice, that might look like keeping our eyes open for funding and bringing those opportunities forward, and doing a bit of a climate lens assessment on where these things are going, and just making sure that our work is really integrated so that we are really taking the opportunities that are available to us as a municipality. And then the other thing that's become quite apparent since we've started this work is we really recognize that there's a need to transition to electrification in the way that we move around, whether that's cars or bikes or, whatever that might be. And so we are going to be exploring the development of a low carbon mobility strategy. We have had some early successes in this space already. We just connected Sebastian and his team with a $100,000 funding offer through Accelerate Kootenays, and they've actually already reached out to start initiating discussions around how we can get some more charging infrastructure in the community. And so that's something that we'll be collaborating on. And then the last point here is actually really related to what we've been talking about is community participation. And within the transportation space, there are so many networks here who want to be involved in this work. And so, I'm sure everybody in this room is familiar with the Nelson Cycling Coalition, and they've really supported some of the engagement around the active transportation. We've had the Doctors for Planetary Health reach out and say that they want to be involved. We know that there's the Kootenay Car Share. So within this space, we are really going to be working with the community and hoping and encouraging them to step up with us and really take action in this space to move us to the place that we need to go here. Yeah.
Councillor Woodward and then Councillor.
I kind of feel like as you're speaking, it's sort of like an antidote to the sense of dread, I guess, because I think there's we cannot discount that, especially with these, 2021 has been a crazy year. We had massive storms in the beginning, heat dome in the summer, wildfire, and now these huge flooding. And I think if we're not careful, we're going to lose people to despair.
Yeah.
Or people will just shut off. I think there's like a bunch of routes, but definitely despair and shutting off are what people, I think, typically do under a lot of stress. So I feel like part of this is actually like it's a way to buoy our community in a really hard time, and to make people feel like they're part of a process that is actually trying to make a difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like the communications is super important. I'm hoping too to reaching out to other small towns too, that like if we're doing this, other small towns can do it too.
Yeah.
And then we can be part of a larger community as towns, not just individuals.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that you say that. There's definitely a bunch of research that shows that when people are overwhelmed, that they are actually less likely to take action that is within their best interests. And so, it's not about minimizing what's bad, but it is about celebrating what's good and the things that we can take, the actions that we can take collectively to make that happen. And, especially with young people in our community, like we really need to be inspiring action for sustainability. And so that means, bringing young people in and working with school districts and really engaging the community, yes, to bring that light in at times that are like, it's undoubtedly difficult, but it actually does make a difference when people get on their bike. And, we really, you're absolutely right, need to share that message outward. Yeah.
And just adding on that, it's, and I think that's part of our approach. Like, we're going to approach this in a positive manner. Like, the food cycler has, that was, using it myself. It's a simple solution, right? It's easy. It makes sense. People feel good about it. And, if we can work with people that this isn't this, bar that is impossible to reach. This is actually just, buy an electric bike and try it, right? Use a food cycler, do these things that, actually make your life easier. You feel good about yourself and create that momentum that people go, yeah, actually we can do this. And we feel good about it, and our world's not, we're not going to be financially strapped. We're not going to be X or whatever. Like even building our house, we reached step code 4 with really not a lot of effort. Some additional foam installation, which apparently is bad, but but I honestly don't think these are, like technology. Whether I drive electric car or a gas car, at the end of the day, if I need to buy a new car, it's reliable. I can get around where I don't think that's going to change my lifestyle a ton as technology changes. The electric bike's a game changer here in Nelson, right? Like that's like they're fun. Just ask Keith.
Yeah.
That's why the equity piece is just so important. And it certainly gets sprinkled in there, but it's like living that equity piece in the plan, in the community, because that hard work that those young people do needs to be shown that it's leading to a better world for themselves, for their families, so that it takes that pressure off and gives them that individual ability. Like we often hear, Cal has given us the Toyota spiel a few times about we have to even just get off the checked assumption of like all electric is good, because it certainly ends up that no emissions on the vehicle side is actually what you're aiming for, and there are other strategies to get there. But that's why it's so important as we go through and look at this work that those assumptions are constantly checked, and that we keep bringing in that equity piece to say, how is this younger generation, how is the older generation, how is the middle generation all moving towards just overall a better world where everyone is more prosperous.
Yeah.
Which we did a lot of work with when we talked about these convening questions inside of Nelson Next. And I think you see that through the aspirations. So.
Yeah, that definitely comes through. And I will say, in my experience, I've done a lot of work around engaging people for sustainability in my previous roles. And I hear all the time, we want to do something, but it's so hard. And the systems aren't set up. They're not set up for people to divert their organic waste easily. They're not set up to ride their bicycle. The equity piece isn't built in, so they feel trapped. And so our approach is really like, we want to create the systems where it's easy for people to be sustainable so that it's not a burden on them, so that it actually enhances their quality of life, makes life in our community more equitable. And so we're definitely thinking about, when I speak to our approach, that's what I mean in those words of like equity-centered, collaborative, process-focused. All of those lead to a place where our community is set up in a way that is sustainable from the outset. So that's the direction that we want to be taking.
Councillor Lockenberg, go ahead. We'll try and keep a bit of a speakers list here, Keith.
Pardon.
So that you jump the gun there a little bit. So.
Two things quickly. The first is on the equity piece. It would be great if we leave this council next year having expanded the e-bike program to everybody who wants to take advantage of it in the city. And I was thinking, there's a couple ways to do that. We could start a fund where people could donate to that fund, and then that money could then go to subsidize the purchase of electric bikes for people who can't afford it. Then maybe balance it with grant funding and so on. So that would be great, I think, legacy if we could expand the e-bike program that way. The second question I had was, how do people, like organizations, get in touch with you, and how do they feel? One of the things I worry about, because we've experienced this before, is the momentum and the energy is there, and they reach out and they have this expectation that somebody's going to get back to them in 20 minutes, and then
Yeah.
the momentum will go. And if they don't get that kind of response, then they get disillusioned.
Yeah.
So I want to answer that one.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Because, as both Cecilia and Carmen said, we need to be focused if we're going to get there. And yes, we need to create, that space for that. But if these guys are tied up responding to people every 20 minutes, we're not getting where we need to get to. So we need to build those places where that can happen. And you'll see in this broader thing, one of the priority areas is how do we use those other organizations, NIC, CAST, Foresight, the college, how do we create that place where people come together and do that? And we have this place, where people do that, and it doesn't need to be necessarily facilitated by these folks. That's the place where you go and, the training for the, the food cycler, or, you can see a heat pump, or, some of these Nelson, the Nest Lab stuff connects with the tech people. And so I think we need to create that space, and it is in this broader plan. But like I said, I've been pretty, clear with these guys. We're not going to get, we got a big workload here to, get that REAP program rocking, getting the e-bikes, getting the food cycler, and we need to stay super focused. And, I think Cecilia mentioned, the number of ideas that you get constantly would just overwhelm them and get us off focus. But we are looking at creating that space where that can happen.
Excellent to hear.
Okay.
I think if you keep pushing forward with that, that would be yeah, great.
And we did develop those cards, and so that we could easily direct people, and that's what we need all of you folks for too. Is if businesses are like, well, what can we do? How can we get in touch? Direct them to that page. There's a ton of programs on there that they can take part in, and there is a way for them to ultimately contact us. But like Kevin said, that we are a small team, and our capacity for that isn't huge because we are going to be so focused on those bigger strategies. But we are, it is in our plan to collaborate and ensure that community knows how they can participate and how they can actually, what they can act on.
Yeah, I'd love to see the Innovation Center take the lead in convening that, being that place of convening that.
Yeah, and I'll speak to that later we're in the sort of the broader things here, because I've had a number of meetings. I think we have one set up here
Next week, yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, wonderful.
Councillor Page.
I just want to take that e-bike piece that Lautenberg has reminded us of and just put a bit of a targeting on it, specifically around that renter, which you've all, Carmen, has most likely heard me before. And aside from the pure subsidization part, and aside from like opening it up to every single renter that exists, I really think there's a class of Nelson Hydro customers that are long-standing, have had good credit, have been around for forever, have paid their bills, that getting away from it is a program for property owners, but it is a program for residents in good standing. I think is a quick win to open up the gates a little bit, because all we're really trying to accomplish is ensure that there isn't a ton of loss going on in that side. So I think there is an ability to reach into our best hydro customers, our long-standing hydro customers, and open up the program on a limited basis to say, how can we go beyond just that? And we might find that, at the end of the day, if the numbers come through over a couple of years and there's just not a lot of loss, then it's something we should be able to manage, right? And it expands the equity of that program.
One thing I'd like to sort of add to that too is this is also where an idea of collaboration with some of these organizations and these community groups who are in the nonprofit space could apply for funding to support those and to sort of take that on. And of course, we could support them through what we know works as process for the terms and the conditions sort of side of things, and we would absolutely be willing to do that. I've worked with a lot of municipalities in this space who don't have the luxury of having an electric utility bill to collect this payment back on, and so they're not able to offer this. And some of the ideas that I floated to them is have industry. So I know we don't have big industries, not like we have Pacific Insight any longer, but we have like some of the bigger stores like Walmart, things like that, that could actually do something similar like Nelson did with their payroll subsidy or payback on their payroll. But also, I've floated it to other municipalities to work with these industries to partner with some of these vendors who make these bikes. You know, it would be an amazing way for them to market their new launch of their new e-bike by giving such a really, you know, great discount to help some of those. One of the examples I should use is on the island, there were a lot of farms and a lot of people come there to, you know, do the picking and that kind of thing, and they don't have the means to purchase a vehicle, and they depended on the transportation, like through the bus, and they wanted to be in bikes, and it's like that's a perfect opportunity for something like that to partner with a vendor and actually provide this and actually have them pay through their paychecks. And so there's a lot of different ideas that we could help support some of these community groups without Nelson taking that on and eventually like being, you know, carrying that liability and that risk. Because right now the way that we have it is that we are at a lot less risk, and without that, people could essentially just get a bike, we front the money, and they're gone down to Vancouver. There's nothing we could do about that. So we do want to make sure that, you know, we're supporting the community to do these things, but we're also protecting the risk of the city.
Can I just
Just a quick supplemental.
We've quite a bit to get done here. So.
Just on that, Keith, you know, that's a policy decision ultimately of council as opposed to, you know, this team. And as you're aware, we're going through that whole regulatory piece with the BCUC that, and that's a good linkage of how these all things fit together, right? We need to solve that piece if we're looking at Nelson Hydro being the conduit and make sure that's, you know, we can separate the urban side from the rural side, and you know we're hoping we'll be able to do that by, you know, late this spring, and that will create more clarity that you'll have that more options on the urban side. But ultimately, that's a policy decision of council of how you're going to do it, because it clearly is outside the electric utility business. We've just used that as a conduit, but you know we certainly noted it, and we will. Certainly can have that policy
not
decision.
Doubling down on it, so. But maybe this is something we should actually speak to the chamber in terms of the group benefits package, because aside from the industry piece of it, you're speaking to the payroll piece. And so where is there a bigger body that is touching payroll across the town, but the group benefits program within the Chamber of Commerce and the delivery partners there, so. Just.
And the hospital, and the school district.
Well, and the big players.
Yeah, we did actually see, I just noticed when I was doing a little bit of research about the stuff that is going on in the community, the school district did put out a public-facing update saying that they were looking to explore offering a e-bike program for their staff. So it's on our radar and their radar too, and that's an example of the work where we're like, hey, great, let's be that set of eyes, and we can connect those things to the programs that we have in place so far. Yeah. Wonderful. So
I don't want to be a grump here or anything, but we're like 3 pages into this, and it's 10 o'clock. Sorry, but
Yeah.
And Rick's got a
we
meeting
need
to get to.
One of the things we need to keep in mind is the ideas are good, and it's a good idea to reach out to Carmen or anybody else in the group with your ideas going forward. However, we hired them to do the work for us, and we depend on them to deliver the goods for us at the end. So if you have ideas that you want to throw at them, by all means, but let's try and work our way through this so we can all get a broad scope of what's going on for us.
yeah, sounds really good.
Thank you.
And I'm going to pass it over to Carmen then.
Before you leave the table, I just wanted to say that the one thing you touched on there that I think is going to be important, and I will write you a little note on this, is the health side. So,
Yeah, you'll see something about that later.
okay.
Okay, part of the 3 areas of focus include buildings, and I just wanted to give you a quick look at our buildings profile does include municipal, residential, and commercial. Municipal is taken care of through the facilities manager, Peter Sinstad. I will be talking about residential in more depth, and there are some opportunities to explore on the commercial side of things. So I did speak about what the Regional Energy Efficiency Program is already in depth when I presented to you with Nelson Hydro, but it's good to just sort of review. What this program is it is a way to encourage people who are building and renovating their homes to do that in the most efficient way with the support of our team, because as we know, this is a very complex and confusing space with the more programs that have been added and rebates and the complexities over eligibility requirements and the strain of getting contractors in that space. A lot of people have been really just so incredibly thankful for our team and the support that we provide. So what I wanted to put on the slide was in the last couple of days, this testimony came in from a senior citizen who she says, I want to thank you both. And she's actually put this email to Jeanette and Aaron. And this one really spoke to my heart in a big way, because this senior citizen was so incredibly upset that she had worked so hard at lining up a couple of contractors for a heating upgrade. She had signed up to our program, but she hadn't gotten scheduled for her energy evaluation. It wasn't going to work because of the increase in participation and the demand on the program. She wasn't going to be able to have that energy evaluation prior to this work that she had spent hours lining up. As you guys know, it's like hard to get a hold of contractors and actually nail them down to come to your house. So Jeanette escalated this to, something that I should come in. And so I was able to, really talk to this lady and find out exactly what she needed. And then I just thought, she's right. It's too much to ask her to reschedule these contractors. So I just reached out to the service organization that we have been working with to deliver the energy evaluations. She reached out and talked to the energy advisor and just said, this is the situation. And he agreed to go and give her an energy evaluation over Thanksgiving weekend. So she was extremely happy at the level of help that she got, not only with the scheduling of that, but then after she had done all of her upgrades and completed everything, she worked with our team and was completely confused by how to apply for these rebates, and was walked through by Jeanette on the phone and applied for all of her rebates in the end. So she says, it's overwhelming, but with your help, we are moving forward. I want to make sure that I'm touching on everything I meant to here. So although we're seeing a lot of increase in success with this space, we do need to scale up, and I do want to talk to that. But I think it's too important to pass over. I was like, we've spent lots of time already having lots of dialogue, but right when this testimony came in, we actually got an unsolicited testimony from one of the doctors who's been in the media lately, for Doctors for Planetary Health, who was the first doctor to diagnose somebody with climate change. And he gave a really good endorsement of this program and said he knows how to navigate through a website. And even he was confused and frustrated, and without the help of Aaron and Jeanette, he would have found this absolutely confusing. And in the end, he was really pleased and has been endorsing the program a lot.
And Carmen, that's certainly a role of council, being able to take the feedback from the ground and going to those, higher levels of government and saying, if we're going to be successful here, we need to align programs. We need to make them much simpler. Like if you need a professional walking you through a program because you want to change your windows, just does not seem like the right policy. I know my own brother, if there's a provincial one and there's a federal one, and the provincial one has to be installed by a professional, the federal one doesn't, or vice versa, and this one you get $50 for, and this one you get, it's like, they have made it so unfriendly that it's amazing anybody actually does do these projects, you know.
Well, I feel like a lot of people just, they would fall off the radar without this. And I will speak to, that not only delivering this program doesn't always just include signing up participants and getting them through these energy evaluations and upgrades, but it has a lot to do with advocating for our residents for those complexities as well. But I'll speak to more about that. So scaling up, as I mentioned, we have seen an increase. Since 2019, we did expand this program to the region, so regional focus. And we have 670 that are currently registered in the program, and over 200 of those are from January of this year alone. So we have seen a really big increase. I feel it's largely due to a new program that has added complexity, but it also adds the availability of $5,000 in additional rebates and includes solar for the first time. So we do need to scale up this program in order to achieve our climate action goals. And one of the ways that we want to do that is by increasing participation, which will need a lot of other supports necessary to do that. So the way that we're going to be doing this is we are applying through the FCM for what's called Community Efficiency Financing. That's one of their programs. We have an application that is almost ready to go. And I should mention, it's actually a resubmission of an application that we made to them last year in 2020. However, there was two different options for supporting the financing, and the one option that we went with was the obvious one because we already have on-bill financing in place. However, BC doesn't have the legislation in place to support that. So instead of us just sort of giving up and having things fall off, I gave it a lot of thought, and what we did was we went with the second option, which is to partner with a third-party financial institution. And so we have a expression of interest to partner with the Nelson and District Credit Union to provide preferred loan terms, which makes us in the running to apply for this program. And it also makes us in the running for applying in one of their, so they have two options for financing, but they have 3 different tiers of this program. And the first tier is what we had applied for, and that is to scale up an existing program. So we're still within that tier, and they are very interested in hearing from us. In fact, so much so that they are working with us to do a case study and use Nelson as a model for other communities to apply for this program and build programs like Nelson has. So in order for us to scale up, what we need is we need a good foundation to bring in the amount of participation that we're going to need. So I know CRM doesn't maybe mean a lot to people. Some people know what it is, but it's basically a software tool that's going to help us with the registration of participants and automated responses, a way to track where they are in the process, to send automated prompts, to send out surveys, invites to events, also a way to track residents and all the different programs that they're involved in. We can add programs to this. And also one of the big things is it'll be a really good snapshot of the level of participation, and also a way to gather data on a quicker and more efficient way of capturing everything. The other way we're going to be scaling up is by enhancing.
I saw it also allows you to give stars.
Pardon me?
It allows you to give stars for participation.
Yeah, if we see a resident in there and they're like, regional energy efficiency, e-bike, organics, they've got their appliance, and they've done a fire smart assessment. Yeah, exactly. There's going to be lots of kudos. Exactly. Mayor has them over for dinner.
I just wanted to ask you a question there. You talked about the regional program. I know you're a little bit past that now, but as an example, there's been quite a conversation here around, getting away from we're the government and we're here to help. We are actually here to help. So how are we being compensated for, if we're answering the phone here in Nelson to solve a problem, say in Area E or Area F, how are we being compensated for that?
Yeah, so we had a contract. RDCK had a funding grant from FCM, and they gave Nelson Hydro a contract to deliver the program, and we carried that that funding through to support it for this while we are in the works of scaling up the program through this application. So this application that we're putting in, Nelson will be the lead and the RDCK will be a partner, and we already have a letter of support for that. And so the funding that we're going for is going to be sufficient to actually deliver the service across the region.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes. You're welcome. So enhancing the financing will speak to a wider audience, because right now we're seeing a lot of people come into the program who have the means to retrofit their homes. We're still seeing that, there's a big part of the audience out there that still sees that even with a few rebates, they're not going to be able to afford this. So by enhancing financing to increase the level of loans, but also stretch out the amortization, making that payment lower, will help with that equity piece of people being able to seeing how this program will actually work for them. We'll have to have more capacity, so we'll have an increase of staff, which this application for funding is going to be between $2 and $2.5 million to support a 4-year program delivery, and will actually help us build that capacity. Included in that will be the continuation of our heating specialist, which we added this year. So Aaron, one of our team members, has done a lot of coursework and things like that to really set people up, because one of the barriers that were identified was, we know that we should maybe fuel switch. We know that we should add a heat pump, and to adapt to these climate risks of being too hot in the summer, but we're really not sure because our contractor says this and we don't know where to turn. So this becomes somewhere where they can get some neutral advice. We don't advise anyone on what to do. What we're doing is we are equipping people with all of the things that they need to consider to make the best decision for their situation. So it's really important, and she's been relied on heavily for that. So that will be a continuation and even ramped up. Of course, the more participation, the more people you're going to need to help out. So communications, once again, are going to be huge. The outreach, people attending events. Yay, we can attend events. Hopefully there's lots of events in the future. We've really missed that, the Green Home and Energy Show. So these aren't all these events that we plan, but there's trade shows in Castlegars, there's garlic fests in New Denver, there's places that we can go to that the people are already there, and that's where we need to be to make sure that people are we're raising the awareness on this. And of course, consistent marketing. Mayor has often sent us great ideas on marketing that he has seen, and so we'll want to make sure that we are everywhere you look, you are knowing about this program. And a new addition. So,
Carmen, just to add, one of the things that we're really going to track as well is what is effective. Is it the events? Is it the marketing campaign? Is it word of mouth? We really, and the CRM will allow us to track that, and because we, again, need to be really focused on what works versus, just being, the scattergram approach.
Yeah, exactly. Monitoring and assessing the success along with all of these programs is going to be really important. New homes was actually always added to the Regional Energy Efficiency Program. When the RDCK contracted Nelson Hydro, they contracted us for the existing building side, so people that were looking to renovate, and they had gone with another organization to roll out the new homes. But within our new iteration of the Regional Energy Efficiency Program, they would like us to include the new homes. And this is a perfect opportunity for us to continue this embodied carbon pilot. How I see this going is a role, a supporting role for, just like on the retrofit side of things, hand-holding somebody through the service and navigating through the process. So say somebody wants to build a new home, they sign up with our program and they are given a package of what the information is and the options on step code, as well as that materials building list for embodied carbon. But what we want is that person to check back with them and say, did you know there's a huge opportunity for lowering your emissions right at the outset of building by the materials that you choose, getting back to that person partway through and saying, so how did it go? Did you use those materials? If you did, great. How did you find it? You didn't use those for that. What were the barriers? Then we come in and we try to, solve those barriers. So that's the sort of pilot, just following along with these people who are coming online, building new homes, and just learning as much as we can in that space. The embodied carbon is a really emerging field, and it's gaining a lot of traction, has a lot of momentum from other communities, organizations, the province, and on a federal level as well. NRCan is really interested in working with Builders for Climate, and Builders for Climate is very closely connected to Nelson and may want to use this as a case study.
In the vulnerable population sector, wraparound services or hub model is really gaining ground, where somebody who needs help can just go to like one location and they get that wraparound service model. And it kind of sounds similar.
Exactly.
That a person say, I want to make some kind of change in my life and help my community and the planet. So where do I go? And they go to a kind of a one-stop shop and make it really, really easy.
Yeah, exactly. Direct them to that programs page. That page is under development, but we will have that, invitation to call to action of all of these different things that a person can participate in.
Great, thank you.
So the last slide on buildings is to ensure program success. Like I said, more than just getting people to sign up, retrofit their homes, and them out the door and we collect that data. There's a lot of other things that I want to share that goes into making sure that this program is a success. Kevin touched on a lot of this, is like there's all these new programs that are coming on. They don't necessarily speak to each other. For instance, the rebates that you can get here in BC and the add-on to the federal program, some of those eligibility requirements are different, and it's very difficult for even contractors to understand, let alone residents. And so we are advocating for smoother, seamless transition of, improving these programs. We have now a direct line to the Greener Homes program so that we can, on a monthly basis, identify, it's a new program, and so there's a lot of glitches, and we have now a direct connection to them to make sure that we are advocating for our residents for smoothness throughout the program. One of the other things is we sit on a lot of advisory groups. A lot of people want to know like how, what the lessons learned and what the successes are of our program, but we're also then able to hear about what else is going on so that we can constantly and continually improve our program based on that. Like I said, there's regional collaboration that's happening. One of the big things that I really want to highlight right now is we're the eyes and the ears out there, and organizations come along and they develop things like there's a qualification program that contractors have to go through in order for their customers to access the rebate program. What we're seeing on a regional level, and I have sort of a group that we touch base a lot, we're seeing that not a lot of contractors are actually going through this process. As you know, contractors are really busy here. They don't have the time to jump through the process of becoming certified. But what's going to happen is if we don't get fair representation of this, our residents are not going to be able to access these rebates. So we're working really hard on escalating this because some of these deadlines are coming up for these contractors to have to go through these processes. And without that, our residents are going to lose out. And so a lot of what we do isn't just putting people through the program, but it's also making sure that there are other things that are going to work well to support them through this program. We speak to media a lot. We give workshops on various things. And like I said, we already spoke about the case study for FCM.
I guess this is more.
I was thinking we should maybe have a short break, Carmen, and then.
This is my last slide for this, and then we're
Yeah.
going to be handing it
and
off to
then
organics.
Just when she's done this slide, you can ask her.
Sure.
Yep. So, yeah, I just want to finish up by saying what's really visible is a community can sign up to a program, go through this, but the back end of making sure all of these things are running smoothly, right down to the service organization that delivers these energy evaluations. are at times experiencing staffing issues. Like everybody, there's a staffing shortage and there's a high turnover. So it's constantly making sure everything is running smooth. And that wraps up my building. So I'm going to hand it off for the rest of our presentation to Emily to talk about organics, and it's going to go back to Cecilia, and then I will wrap up. But yes, back to you.
Go ahead.
On that contractor piece, and I think this is more of a conversation this way, and I wouldn't expect us to do this in isolation, or even to do it at all, but just for my own curiosity, within our business licensing process, are we able to put any sort of requirements in place? We do put requirements for other types of businesses. If there was a regional approach to saying, if you want to be a contractor in this area, what is the bare minimum? No?
Yeah, we don't regulate qualifications. We basically regulate what you pay as, categories, and we're pretty flexible on that. Could you have a different rate we'd have to look into that, whether you had a different rate. I think we need to figure out a way to support our contractors. I know, again, using an energy advisor, there's one sort of skill set there, and maybe it's more of a co-op approach, right? Maybe all the contract, maybe they hire one insulation certified person that can sign off on all these things versus having, trying to get 20 little smaller companies trying to do it, that where they're one or two man show, and they're like you said, they're trying to get your insulation in your building and go home and do the books at night and line up everybody else. So we're going to look at those type of things of really take an approach of how do we work with people to help them get these. If they can't get them directly, can we figure it out a different way?
But we could charge for instance, a higher rate, take those funds and turn it back at helping that exact class.
No,
then obtain those that
your
level.
business license.
You got to be careful there. I spent my life a small contractor, and you got to be careful there that you're not the government that's slapping another fee on. That's the last thing they need. They need some way to be able to reach out to them at lunchtime, after work, first thing in the morning, so you can get people encouraged into taking the certification and, demonstrate to them it's not going to be a barrier to their success. It's actually going to be a benefit to their success going forward. And right now, it's really difficult because the shortage of people they don't need. They can
All
just
of them are
shift over
struggling to
they can
find
shift over to
employees.
another.
Yeah.
The last thing I would want to see is us changing the rate and penalizing somebody for not having the qualifications.
And business licensing fees have to be justified by our cost of managing business licensing, not, you can't charge premiums on top of it. It's supposed to be a cost recovery. We have a business, we do business licensing for a reason, to ensure that, we can do the proper inspections and make sure people are doing business
Still think I'm
legitimately.
being misunderstood in that
Okay.
sense, because for me, we do it with cannabis and we say, okay, there's these costs attributed.
Yep,
Wait, hold
yep.
up. But if we are also saying we need to run a program to get X number of people in this class through to the other side of being accredited contractors in this area, that's where I would say, well, if you're not already in that class, this fee is to fund the programming that gets you into that class.
Yeah.
So
I would suggest
just
if
to-
council wanted to fund
Very
that, fund it
I'm just,
generally as
That was the
opposed to
question.
business licensing.
Yeah, and
We
I
could
think-
talk about, I think it's finding the solution to
No,
help
Kevin,
these
just
guys
a
get
second, Just a
certified.
second, before we go down too far down this rat hole here. I've worked in that sector, and believe me, the simple thing for me to do in that case is do all my work in Castlegar, or Trail, or the regional district.
the
Unless you have-
preamble was regional.
Unless you have a regional approach to that, you're not going to succeed going down that road. It's those folks many of them are just got a half-ton truck and they're trying to make ends meet, and the carrot and the stick approach may work, but finding ways to reach out to contractors where they are at their convenience and help them understand that having that certification is actually going to benefit their bottom line.
So if I could just say one more thing about that. it really does need to go back to the organization that's responsible for putting contractors through this certification. And that is what we are advocating strongly for. In fact, we have escalated that because that organization is funded by the province and the two major utilities. And to them, they're saying, okay, well, they're doing the outreach. But the thing is that the same outreach that works for the Lower Mainland, when it's an email going to a bigger company that has support staff and an administration department, can easily say, okay, yeah, we'll get all the paperwork and we'll get the contractor organized. Whereas for the rest of the province, you are a one-man show and you don't have that same admin support. And so that is, you know, time and money outside. So they need to do a different approach, and that's what we're strongly advocating for. A phone call and an email isn't going to cut it. They need to put more capacity. They need to get the boots on the ground here in this region, and they need to be hand-holding and sitting down with the contractors and putting them through this. So that's what I mean, like, there's more to this program than meets the eye. There's a lot of background stuff, and we are taking it pretty serious of making sure that our residents have fair representation of access to these rebates, and that is one of the steps that's needed. But it shouldn't be us. We don't have the capacity to sit with these contractors to do that, and quite frankly, it's not our job. These organizations that are putting and responsible for making sure enough contractors are put through these certification programs, they need to make sure that there's fair representation across the whole province. And there's other areas in the province who are basically sticking their hand up. And when I mentioned this to my contact at Fortis BC, she's like, thank you so much for raising this. It needs attention. I keep hearing this in like areas like Kamloops, Kelowna. So this is a pretty big issue, and I'm pretty confident that it's going to be getting resolved, or those deadlines have to get pushed out so that our residents are not missing out on those rebates that really make the difference sometimes of actually doing those upgrades.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to have a quick timeout, and then we'll move on to the next.
Okay, thank you. Everyone's kind of coming back, so I'm going to go take my seat. Okay. But I will explain the email to you in the award.
Do the crinkly package now,
deferring.
if you've got any.
Okay, so our cameras are rolling and sound's on,
Yay.
and we're ready to go. Thanks very much, Carmen, for getting us to this point. And we have one more new person at the table. To introduce yourself. And
Hi, I'm Emily. I am the new Organics Waste Program Coordinator. Well, I'm going to flip the slide. Yeah, so I am coming at this program with some local context. I've lived in Nelson for 10 years now. I've worked on food security and sustainable agriculture projects since I've started here. I'm super excited to be implementing this program because I've attempted creating a compost program in our region a few times with Seeds Nelson most recently, and yeah, so that didn't work because we faced a lot of barriers, and I'm extremely excited to be presenting this optimistic plan for my community. I'm going to work through how this program is going to work, and yeah.
Not only is Emily in the food and organics piece, she actually has a company that actually teaches women to backcountry ski.
Yeah, I do. And I'm a farmer. Does that help a little bit too? Yeah. So the organic waste diversion strategy is the city has decided to implement a pretreatment model, and what this model will do is equip our city residents with a appliance where they can pre-treat their waste at home. And the appliance, what it does is it pulverizes the organic waste and it decreases its weight and volume by 90%. And what you're left with is almost a ready-to-use soil amendment. So this program, it aligns with the priority tactic. The priority tactic within our climate action plan, which instructs us to deliver an efficient, cost-effective, citywide organics diversion program. And what this will do for our community is reduce our weight and volume and reduce our emissions within the city. I'm going to talk a little bit about program development. So thus far, we have decided to implement the program in a phased approach. This will allow us to measure the successes and to address any issues that may arise. We are hoping to roll out the first phase of this program in the spring of 2022. As you may know, there are challenges to international shipping at the moment, and we are working with our manufacturer to try to get those products here as soon as possible. So communications and education will be a giant part of this, what makes this program successful. So we are very prepared to engage with our residents and create a robust education platform so that we are able to meet and exceed the goals of this program. We are also exploring the possibility of the local end uses with this soil amendment within our community. And this part makes me very excited because it increases the circularity of the program itself, and it invests and can be involved with regeneration in our food economy. As we can see, like the way our grocery stores are look the past couple days, our local food security has never been so much in the forefront of our faces.
And I think another important component here is to remind people that 100 years ago we were in just a food basket here. I mean, Creston kind of is sort of like it was all across here, and we sort of lost a lot of that. And I think it would be wonderful to start revitalizing that whole process where food isn't traveling 1,000 to 1,500 kilometers to get to our tables. So, I mean, it's interesting. This circular idea of waste could also be a circular idea of food too, where it's very localized and it goes in a circle.
Definitely, and it's really exciting to think that we have the means to support something like that with a program like this. 90% or 80% of our food comes from the Fraser Valley here, and agriculturally zoned, our land is not the finest growing conditions, but it can be regenerated to a point that we can provide for ourselves, and we can get there. That's for sure.
Emily, could I ask you a question?
Yeah.
The supply chain problems with getting the food cyclers, do we source beyond Food Cycler? Because there's a company in Kelowna that's apparently got a really good product too.
Yeah, well, I don't think the company in Kelowna is manufacturing in Kelowna any more than
China.
Yeah,
for sure.
and that's what Emily's referring to. Are you getting into the RFP piece? Okay.
This will come, and I was actually going to interject a bit there when she did say we're working with manufacturers to get them here as soon as can. What she means by that is we are going through the proper procurement process on these, and that we will be working with that successful proponent to ensure a speedy delivery of these so that we can be on time for our expected launch of this.
And will you, if I may, will you be building into that the sort of circular economy of the devices themselves, so the repair and all that? That's going to be a part of your procurement?
Absolutely.
Definitely.
And we'll let her speak to that
Oh,
for sure.
that's coming up.
Oh, I haven't included it in the slides, but yeah, we have a repair, and so we want a repair and end of life strategy to be built into the end use of the product, and we want to have either local appliance providers to be trained in how to service the appliance, or for the manufacturer to come here and train us, because shipping from here and a single unit at a time, like it decreases the sustainability of the program entirely. So to be able to skill us to deal with these issues at a grounds level is very important.
And I should just add that due to the pilots and working closely with Food Cycler, we identified a lot of what it is that we want in a product. And so I'm gonna let Cecilia just jump in for a couple quick notes on this. When she can talk about like the things that we are actually gonna be putting into a request for proposal, which is the procurement process that we'll be using for this.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk a little bit about that. So one of the things what we buy is incredibly important. So we are kind of using this as our first opportunity to help move our purchasing to a place where we're embedding sustainability criteria every time we're making purchases as a municipality. So both Emily and I have been working really closely with our purchasing department to embed sustainability criteria directly into that. So that includes things like asking for complete life cycle costing of these machines. So we know that the emissions that went into actually designing and manufacturing and shipping them are accounted for when we're trying to look at, okay, how many emissions reductions can we expect to achieve from this program? We're also going to be looking at, the term for it is post-consumer responsibility, but what that means is we want to be able to not just recycle these at the end of the life, we want to give them back to the manufacturer so that they can go into making more new machines. So that's the circularity piece that we're going to be looking for. We're also asking for traceability certification. So if there's metals and things that are going into the machines that we're purchasing from, we want to make sure that those are being mined in a way that is fair and transparent and sustainable. And so that's a little bit of a snapshot, but just know that when we are purchasing these, we are doing our best job to make sure that we can lean on this as an example for future purchases, not just for appliances, but all types of things that we might purchase within the municipality, within the municipality, pardon.
And
Yeah.
we just touch on the part, like some of the parts are recyclable and compostable?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So the footprint of these machines is a concern for residents, and so it's really important for us to be doing our due diligence and communicating out our plan for how these machines were built and how they'll be recyclable. So the design of the Food Cycler machine, for example, has been redesigned so that it's modular. And what that means is if there's a part that's broken, we'll actually just be able to pop a piece out and replace it with a part just for that one section. So that means you don't have to take apart the whole machine. You don't have to do anything funny with it. And it's really going to extend the lifespan of those machines. So, in that example, the lifespan they're estimating is about 7 years, which is incredible for an at-home appliance that's going to be used regularly. The other thing is there's some accessories that go with that, and so the filters are an input, so we need to account for those, of course. And so the filters that have been redesigned based on our pilots, actually, was that those are going to be refillable. So residents will just take the carbon, they'll restack their filter. When it's done, they'll just put that right back in the food cycler. And so that'll be completely contained within itself. So yeah, there's lots of things that have been considered and adjusted based on actually our residents' feedback. So yeah.
Thanks, Cecilia. And just to explain why Cecilia knows so much about this, it's really important to note that from the onset of hiring Cecilia, and then later came Emily, is that there were deadlines on applying for funding for this program specifically. And so she jumped in with everything and has been working diligently to get those funding applications out the door. And so when Emily came on, she assisted with that, and together, collectively, we have applied for almost $1 million of funding, and some of it's been secured and some of it's in progress. So that is why we all know this very intimately. But I will pass things back to Emily to finish her part of the presentation.
Oh, there's nothing left. No, there is. Okay, so the program will be tracked and monitored using various measures to ensure improve participation and to make sure that everyone in our community is able to use their appliance to the maximum of their potential and able to divert their waste in the fullest way possible. So yeah, as per mentioned, we have applied for almost $1 million worth of funding for this program. It's very important to us to make it the most cost-effective version of itself that it can be. And as per mentioned, we have initiated the purchasing process, which integrates sustainability into the purchase itself. Part of the amount that has been secured is $25,000 from Environment and Climate Change Canada, which has gone directly to subsidizing my wage. So that's why we're here today. We're very excited. There's so much work to be done, but I'm really excited to do it, and I am looking forward to updating everyone on the process. And yeah, any more questions?
We're going to go back to Cecilia next, so if there's any questions for Emily.
So Emily, the one thing that pops into my mind when we talk about this program is those numbers seem high, if you get $1 million to put this program together. However, we know from the conversations we've had on the high level that, to actually go door to door and pick up organics on a weekly basis, which we'd have to do because of in the summertime you couldn't keep them around for 2 weeks, which we're doing now, and also the new equipment that would have to be purchased to facilitate that pickup model would be far in excess of $1 million for us to even get there. And whereas this particular idea, well, again, it goes back to what you talked about earlier, is putting the onus back on people that are producing the waste to handle the waste and deal with the waste and limit our involvement in trucking it or hauling it away. So
this will be considerably less money too for residents compared to conventional curbside pickup of organic waste, being that it, typically would be done weekly, heavy. It would maybe, attract odor or attract pests due to the odor. This is a lot cleaner, can be stored, it can be picked up on a lot less frequent basis, like 8 times a year compared to like 52 times. So there's a lot of pluses and benefits to this. Plus it will be economically, more viable for our residents.
And I think the most exciting part of it is the results we had from the pilots that show we're diverting up to 3 times as much as you're getting on a traditional curbside. And I think any of us that actually use a food cycler, that it's your leftover meal, it's the stuff you left in your fridge for maybe a few days too long, and all those things that go directly right into it and gets processed. And I was just at the Lower Mainland in a multifamily complex building, and I got the task to go dump the organics into the big bin, and just looking in there, it's your traditional vegetable peels, all those things that people just don't put their used rice in there, their all that stuff that goes directly into this, and so the diversion that we're going to achieve with this is out of the park, right?
And we also understand, we understand that there's going to be barriers and challenges with this. It's a new program, but we are not new to developing new programs, and that is why a phased approach and putting in monitoring and assessments along the way to identify barriers and challenges early on to come up with solutions before we roll it out to the rest of the community is going to be really important at the beginning of this. So we may be new to the challenges and the barriers that are unseen with this, but we are not new to finding solutions to barriers. I've been doing this work for about 10 years now, and I'm confident in our team's ability, and with the support of Mayor, Council, and staff and the community, that this is going to be an amazing program.
Councillor Page and Lockenberg, and then Councillor Woodward.
I won't because we need
Okay.
to keep moving, so Councilman.
Okay, I've got a comment and a question, and I think one of the things I like about a program like this is our ability to get better at running pilots. I'm okay if we go out and try something and it fails, as long as we went out to test the assumptions and get to real data. And I think this is a perfect example, and I hear a little bit of it around the table where we've had to go a little bit slower than maybe we had wanted to go because, and I hear it coming from your team, getting those metrics in place, getting the kinds of accounting in place that we need, getting numbers on the GHG and the financial side that you really can like hang your hat on and know that this is actually where that's coming from, because it can be very easy for some of those get into the sales component of getting programs going and they get a little oversold or things are diminished that don't need to be diminished, and we really need to understand why the program is going to work and what its true costs are. So I hear that this team is going to be getting us even better, raising the bar in terms of understanding the full cost accounting of these things. My question on the thriving, on this particular aspiration that we're looking at, this is obviously the push for the next year or two. What is our secondary and tertiary goals within the circular economy space outside of organics waste diversion? Do we have, do we already have a sense of where the other horizons are within the waste stream? Electronics might come to mind, but other places where circular economy needs to be improved within the city.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, off the bat, excuse me, what comes to mind is the end use of this soil. And so obviously that sits within organics. That is a really great example of having the circularity built in from the outset. The one thing I will say is that all these programs that we're doing are focused largely on driving down our emissions. And so in the transportation space, in the building space, like that's where our team is really putting our roots down. I know of so much stuff going on in the community, textile pilots, for example, where community members are really bringing this work forward. But I think our team is really focused on the mitigation piece because we recognize that there is a sense of urgency for bringing things down in these key areas. So it's not to say that it's not a focus and that we don't want to encourage and connect that work as it comes up, but for us, we really, really have our nose pointed on the climate mitigation side.
Thanks.
Yeah.
That's great.
And paired with our new waste strategy with like the recycling program, 70% of our waste is now divertible with the implementation of the organics program. So it does really address like a big picture.
Awesome.
But I do like that we've got waste as one of the categories, and it would be nice not to divert your attention, but to allow the community to understand that there's a broader category there called circular economy, in which you're not going to be able to lead it, but you expect that the community would step up. Especially though, given we've done some work on embodied carbon, and so there's a real strong linkage there that we can share with the community.
Exactly. We will have a very strong education component, and that type of thing can also be included in that space.
Yeah. My question though on the organics were twofold. One, for the community to understand, one of the other things that we're avoiding with this program is big compost bins. There's quite a bit of cost and footprint, embodied carbon, in the bins themselves. And so people are like, oh, another electronic, you know. Well, it'd be interesting to compare the two because I bet you they're pretty close between these programs.
Yeah.
The second thing would be ICI. Where do we stand with including
Commercial.
them in this program?
Well, the ICI, I guess that will be more like the after once our residents are completely equipped and operating. But we do have the one ICI unit that we're hoping to post in Selkirk as kind of a pilot of that. So then we'll be able to develop that research and be able to address that once we have our residents locked and loaded and a thumbs up.
Yeah.
And yeah, we can get our ICI stream set.
Perfect. Great.
Yeah, so we have a meeting set up with the college here next week. And they're quite excited about having this up at 10th Street with their cooking program. And, you know, our hope, I think, as council remembers is, you know, these larger units, you know, every individual restaurant's not going to be able to, afford and make sense space-wise and all those other things. But if we can have, 5 or 6 in our downtown where they're centralized and people can bring their organics to it and process that, and we think that probably the business case is equivalent to what they're paying to haul that away right now. So we think it makes sense, but we're going to do this pilot first. Whitewater's reached out again, actually, as well, to see if they could have it up at the ski hill for this winter. So we're going to have that conversation with Selkirk next week. And the other piece that we're working with Selkirk on, and again, initiative of your team over there, is MyTax program, where their students and instructors would be involved with what we do with this end product. And so I think you guys have a meeting set up or touch base. Do you want to touch on it a bit, Emily?
MyTax, which is basically like a matchmaker between students and, in our case, a municipality, so that they can conduct research and create a meaningful research project. And so we met with one of the rural development coordinator, that's his name was. Yeah. And we put our project proposal forward, and they were incredibly excited. And it seems very opportunistic that we'll be able to secure a year-long, hopefully, research project out of this.
For very little money.
Yeah. And they were great, actually, because one of his comments was like, I've met with so many municipalities, and you're way further ahead than anyone else we've talked to. And you were like, yeah, we hear that a lot. Usually it was good. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's exciting. Another partnership in the community. Right?
Yeah. I think this just dovetails. So you're talking about the byproduct of, that's what the research would be about. Because that was leading to my question. Just, I'm excited that you're in agriculture.
Yeah.
And I think regionally, maybe Councillor Morrison can correct me on this, that we have ALR, about 10% of our ALR lands regionally are active, something like that. So there's a lot of, very close to Nelson, a lot of agricultural potential. Mm-hmm. But what I've heard from local farmers, Bent Plow, for example, like, there's a lot of ALR designation, but a lot of the soil and, right, it's rocky, it's not actually great agricultural land. So do you see that potential?
Totally.
You touched on it, so just curious to hear your comments on that.
I was saying, because like our lands is classified as, like, a lot of it is, the agricultural is like class 4, which is like, not crusted material, of course. Mm-hmm. But
What is?
But we are good. But with the organic matter, increasing the organic matter of soil creates, it's able to hold moisture better, and it's able to support life better. So what we could do is regenerate the land that we have and make it more hospitable to support our food economy and to create a more secure food network in our region. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so exciting.
And there's even, I think actually Michael Jensen actually raised this a number of years ago about the CP lands and how you regenerate brownfields with plants and that sort of thing. So, right? So is that an opportunity for us to work with CP and start to regenerate those lands and get those back into our community? We're a bit land poor here in our little part of the world.
Yeah. That just quickly. So when we had our presentation from the regional district, they made a comment about how the byproduct from the food cycler would require 40% moisture enhancement once it got to the facility. So what I'm hearing is that isn't necessarily our path with the byproduct. It's that we might be going right to the land with it and just skipping that process altogether.
That would be lovely. I mean, we have to arrange that option otherwise, because once we start getting into curbside pickup, we need a route, right? But I mean, transportation to a farm, to somewhere that they're going to put it, that's an issue too. So we have to address those needs, and to increase the circularity of the program, that's the best possible option. And to create those pathways with the least amount of friction is like our best option, of course.
I think it's fair to say, though, no matter what the process is, moisture will have to be added back in, whether it's Mother Nature adding it back in or it's the system up in Salmo adding back in. Like, it needs to be rehydrated for biological processes to.
Sure, but what they're speaking to efficiency, going straight to the land where it's going to be regenerating the soil versus hydrating it and then moving the soil to the, right? It still might be more efficient to go direct. Anyway, it's just, this is what's up for discussion, right?
No matter what, it's less transportation on that route. And then so the RDC location is going to be an anaerobic digester. So that's like it's a whole different ballgame really.
So I want to just touch on the procurement side again. And so part of the request for proposals will include questions like, will you service your product locally? As an example, where you're sourcing your materials, et cetera, et cetera. So do we have an idea what that request for proposal is going to look like? Is it, you're taking into account all of those pieces that were outlined?
Yeah, so an RFP will, basically you develop a scoring matrix.
Yeah.
And you have those as criteria and who scores the best against that set of criteria. But those are the type of criteria we're going to look at. How long have you actually been producing these? We can't deploy these across our community, and it's a crowdfunder, product. So all those things, can you, is as Cecilia and Emily spoke to, and what's the recyclable components? What is what's the repair component? All those pieces will be part of our RFP, and that's based on our own learning over this pilot of what's going to make this program successful, what's going to manage those environmental aspects of it.
So there's nothing preventing us as a municipality from doing that?
No.
And we can transfer that to, if we buy a front end loader or?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, as long as you're
Yeah.
up front and like there's, do we want to get into contract law? There's something called Contract A, which is the invitation to bid.
Yeah.
You just need to be clear in Contract A when you're having that invitation to bid. You can say we want pink trucks, and as long as everybody knows up front that you're looking for pink trucks, and then they choose to whether they respond. But what you can't do is say we want pink trucks, and then
Said you wanted red.
Yeah, rate pink trucks as the worst. We saw a great green truck in somebody else's proposal, and then you frustrate the bidding process, and that's when you can get sued. So as long as you're clear up front of what your criteria is, and then the company chooses whether they're going to respond to it. Once they respond, then you owe them this duty to be fair to them.
We have to walk a fine balance in what we're putting in an RFP as well, because we may know that there's a product that exists that just exactly suits our needs, but we don't want to define the criteria solely based on that, because we don't want to limit other products that might be out there that we don't know about.
Yeah.
And so we want to do due diligence here and ensure that we know what we're going to need based upon, building upon the pilot, and knowing a bit of the products that are out there, but we don't want to limit it. So what I mean by that, for instance, is say we know a product has a 7-year warranty. Well, we might weight a criteria based on how long is your warranty, but we don't want to say must have 7-year warranty, because we might be missing, we might be limiting ourselves of that company that only has a 6-year warranty of not bidding. So there's a lot of thought and due process that goes into this procurement process.
Good, thank you.
All right, should we move on to hearing about how the rest of the plans for implementing Nelson Next goes? We're back to Cecilia, and then she'll speak for a little bit on some adaptation, and then I will be wrapping things up, and we're almost done.
So great. So that really, that wraps up all the things that we wanted to discuss about the mitigation priorities. And so, of course, the adaptation priorities are really focused on how are we going to be coping with these climate events that are going to become more extreme and more frequent here in Nelson. And so actually the municipality has done a really great job of assessing what our biggest climatic risks are. All of our departments are working very hard on making sure that we are prepared for what comes. And we really need all of our departments to be excelling on the projects and the initiatives that they are taking forward. You guys have just heard from Len in the fire department and all the fuel mitigation work that's going on. And so our team is still very early days and getting to know exactly, okay, where do these things sit and how are they connected together? But we really see our role similarly to on the mitigation side as making sure that we are tracking and reporting on these things so we are not missing opportunities and we have really good data so we can make good decisions about what's needed. But also bringing forward that climate lens within all of these areas to make sure that as we are keeping abreast as new information, new trends, new technology, that we're aware of them so that we can actually take those opportunities as they come.
I just wanted to ask when we're approaching the departments, or when you're approaching all the different parts of the city. I kind of wonder, like, are we preparing for a future, like trying to get back to kind of a normality of what was, or are we preparing for an escalation, which I think the science clearly says it's an escalation that's happening. And so to me, it seems prudent to prepare for uncertainty in all seasons in an increasing way, which is terrible to say because it feels overwhelming. But if we don't, I feel like we're just not going to be prepared. So being really honest about where we're going.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think one of the strengths that we have is that our plan is a low carbon resilience plan, which means that we're doing both things, right? We're planning for the long term and that we're trying to drive down those emissions. But what resilience means is really how well can we cope with these climate disturbance events. That's the measure that we use. And so our first slide where I showed you our climate targets, that also had our resiliency goal there. And so, we've had initial conversations already about, okay, like we know that 1 in 100 year event, well, what that means is like that's happening more frequently. So when we're building a bike lane, for example, we need to be considering those 1 in 100 year events at the outset of the design process. And so we are really trying to bake that in and knowing that, yes, these are going to become more frequent, more intense, and we do need to be prepared. And I mean, you heard loud and clear from Len when he was speaking that like there's a big recognition in our municipality of the things that need to be done. And I mean, I at least feel incredibly confident that we are going to be able to rise to the challenge of this work. It doesn't mean that we're not going to have those events here. It just means that we're going to be better prepared to deal with them.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think you see, in the presentations you've seen from Public Works, from Len and the emergency management side, there's two aspects of that, right? And you hear him talk about it's the getting in front of these things that's, the response side is one thing, but the mitigation side is the bigger thing, and that's why we have the leak detection program. That's why we have the fuel mitigation programs. That's why we're going to work with FLNRO of how we protect our community in the event of a firestorm. That's why we're looking at, can we get water up to the lake? Could we put sprinklers on things? All those things are that preparedness piece of it that reduces the intensity of some of those events. You heard Colin talking about we've done the study on our storm system and where we're vulnerable, and that will reflect and actually the mayor gave an example the other day of we've had traditionally we've gone to what's called a rollover curb where you can drive over top of that curb on a sidewalk. Or even just a curb. And with these storm events we have and our streets having to act as flood corridors, having rollover curbs on steep hills might not be the best thing because it'll jump the curb and flood out somebody's basement. So we may have to go back to those straight sidewalks. Those are all those pieces of anticipating what kind of events you're going to have, how you respond to it, and how you prepare your community for it, right?
Thank you.
How are we prepared for insurance hikes, do we expect to see insurance rates to go up significantly? And just for us as a corporation, but also for residents, are we looking at that?
I know, well, Chris was here from the municipal side. Do you want to speak to that at all?
Yeah, I think we've seen, on the municipal side, a significant increase in insurance. We got our quote for next year, and I think was 30% higher than this year, so it's quite a rise. And I think homeowners are probably seeing that too. I don't know if anybody's had their insurance come up for renewal, but yeah, I think it's across the board.
Right. And so is there a way that we can, in our messaging, say that, one of the things we're trying to focus on is managing the financial risks that our city and our residents face? It's something to think about, I think. If I'm assuming that the work that we're doing on the adaptation side is going to have an impact on insurance.
Well, I think it's happening right now, particularly in rural areas. Distance from a fire hydrant or a fire station is impacting what you're paying for insurance. But on the insurance note, of all the years that I've been involved here, that's a group that's been left out of this conversation completely. And their ability to help fund programs like we're talking about today, should be part of the mix too, because it takes burden off them and helps us, every little thing that we do to mitigate storm events or whatever takes a burden of insurance company, but they rarely come to the table to fund programs.
Interesting.
And that's a conversation that really needs to be ramped up at, AKBLG, UBCM and FCM to see where the insurance companies fit in this. Because we're doing all the work to save them money, but they're not a player in the funding of any of these programs.
It's really interesting, John, if I may. One of the things that the Insurance Bureau of Canada is funding right now are nature-based solutions. Like they are looking at the role that our nature can play in mitigating some of these risks. And is that something you guys are thinking about at all? Like what?
Nature-based.
Our natural assets
What
and
are
what
natural
the
assets?
services that they're providing.
Yeah,
It might be worth approaching them, putting that word out to the insurance providers. Is there funding available that potentially, could help you with some of the programs that you're involved in?
Can I ask
Made a note of it.
Can I one of the things I think you heard from Colin was, start to look at, when we have these big storm events, where does that water go? And some of that might be using nature, our parks, our ravines, our green spaces to be those containment ponds. I forget what the correct terminology is, but retention ponds.
Surge areas.
Yeah.
I'm looking for a little bit of clarity on how, aside from insurance, lots of money, give money, just a little bit more of how we would expect the insurance, because it's already playing a very significant role with the 30%, the increases, they're absorbing and seeing the risk profile of what's coming down the pipe, and that communication back out is in the form of rates. And saying, you are a higher risk category. More needs to be done, and we see a ballooning liability in our future balance sheet. So, I guess if there's going to be an advocation piece, both maybe from a regional level and a provincial level, what are we advocating for? How are we asking insurance to come in as a partner to rebuild our built environment to be less prone to disaster?
So I would see it as, it's like a safe driver. Like the Safe Driver program. As an example, if you don't have an accident, your rates don't go up. So as an example, if we're demonstrating that we're doing all of what we talked about today, plus what Colin Innes is doing and Hydro's doing, et cetera, that we would get some credit for that when our rates come down at the end of the day, and maybe even some funding to help us be more resilient in those cases. One or the other, fund the program, help fund the programs, or show a credit on our insurance, because right now it's my understanding that we're not picked out individually. There's a blanket, British Columbia will pay this much and Alberta pays that and so on. They're not going, I may be wrong, but I doubt that they're going to each individual community
Well, part of it
assessing our-
is definitely your claim history, definitely on the municipal side where we, lost G4 or something a few years ago. In fact, we couldn't, they really increased our base rate and they wouldn't, our rates went up substantially over there and we actually changed insurers, partly because of that. So there is definitely your claims history is a part of it. I think MIA is a good model for that, where they, when they do well as across the province, they have a fund that works with communities to implement things that reduces the risk for everyone. So, on that liability side, MIA is a really good example. I don't know what they're doing because they're on the property side of it now. Again, we could inquire with them if they're kind of doing the similar thing. But I think that's really what we're talking about. If there's a fund and MIA comes around and says, you guys consistently have trip and falls, here's a program to do a better job of that.
Well, there's precedent here as well, right? Like fire departments are the embodiment of what was of private insurance. Private insurance created fire departments. Do we foresee that there would be, and then they were taken on by local government and became public assets? Do we think that that's a model we would need to be following to put boots on the ground in terms of the work that needs to be done in the insurance space? Are we asking for insurance to play a more active role at reshaping our built environments? Because we always talk about this gap. We always say there is a gap. You're asking the question. I just want to get specific on what we would ask for.
The first thing I think that Carmen, you just made a note there. The first thing to do is reach out and see how are they currently involved, and we can go from there and see where we need to advocate and what that would look like. Mm-hmm. As an example, when you touch on fire, we need to build a certain infrastructure to support fire, to put a fire out. Every time we build a pipeline, it has to be able to accommodate a certain amount of water to be able to put a fire out.
Which used to be private insurance. That was a service private insurance provided.
Would it be a pilot? Like, would we go to them with a set of pilots and say, if this works here?
I think this is a great thing to throw to our new innovation.
Yeah, exactly. Find out.
But
they've made a note of
just a quick question though: is MIA? We buy insurance from MIA
for liability on the liability side?
Yeah.
We're not with them on the property side, but
Okay. But they're saying they're moving into property.
they've been in property for 6 years, maybe 10 years. I've been here too long. I lose track of decades now.
Yeah, more like 5.
Yeah.
So how do we then, Janice or John, you guys might know this, how do we influence MIA to seek funding from them? Is it through UBCM or?
Yeah.
Well, no, not everyone is part of MIA. You don't have to be part of MIA. So just like, they're, elected officials, they have some staff members on their board that make those policy decisions. Yeah.
There's a board with
So maybe
elected officials.
Maybe I don't know if it's our staff that does this or we just.
I'm challenging us to put some more meat on the bones, but it's an idea been floated up, and it's going to be follow up on staff on a funding side, but.
Yeah, we'll look at that side of it. That's more of a finance, Colin deals directly with MIA from the liability side, so we can do some inquiries. Like I said, I know on the liability side, they do create with our premiums, they create a fund that, goes back to individual communities to initiate,
That's what I'm
programs. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know if they're going to build their storm system, but they certainly will help you assess it and look at where your risks are and what others have done, and that's kind of it's a co-op, just like MFA.
Putting together, a group like we have here today, maybe they help fund that.
Right.
Because, the ideas that come out of there help mitigate some of that risk. I mean, the flooding in the Fraser Valley will not be borne solely by the people that are being insured in Abbotsford. That'll be spread over probably around the world. Not only, so.
Yeah, and that's why everybody's rates go up, right? There's a certain local component that, their rates will go up higher than our rates, but yeah, there's no way you can insure a whole community within that community.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, lovely. I will say, like, this is the type of big picture conversation that is going to need to happen. So I'll leave it there. The next thing that I wanted to talk about is communications. And so we've already kind of batted around a lot of how important this is going to be for the work that we're doing. That for us, we are going to be focused on having regular and clear channels of communication with consistent messaging that, as it was mentioned earlier, like residents don't always know what actions they might take that can have the biggest impact. And so we want to help empower our community to be able to do that. And so what you see on the slide here is some of the engagement that was done through the creation of our climate plan. And this is just outlining what we know are the co-benefits that resonate with our community. And the very top one is health there. And so, for our team, when we're thinking about, okay, we're really trying to harmonize our communications around active transportation, for example, we have some data that we can bring in there to lean on to say, okay, we know that this is a way of framing things that is going to be effective for our community. And ultimately, those are some of the strategies that we're going to be doing to increase the uptake and participation in our city programs. And so we are also, we really need to have public-facing communications on an either annual or biannual basis. That this might look something like a report card or something else that's really outlining the progress and the steps that have been taken, not just with the programs that we are responsible for administering in our department, but also all of that adaptation work and the things that are being done across the municipality so that residents know what they can do and that there's a clear call to action that invites them to participate in the things that we are responsible for here, and also connecting those things to the larger picture. As I said earlier, we don't want our residents to think, it doesn't matter if I ride my bike. We want them to think, oh, wow, there's so many people in our community that ride their bikes. Like, maybe it's fun. Maybe I should try it. Maybe it's good for my health. So those are the types of strategies that we're going to be looking on. Making sure that we're really concise, consistent, and that residents know what's impactful.
So on the report card, one of the things that worries me, I think it's really important to have that. One of the things that worries me is that if we're showing no progress, it could be quite.
We won't show.
We will make progress, or we won't show if we don't.
We won't show we're not making progress, but
We won't bring that to the report card.
But the thing I want to underscore or underline for people and for you guys when producing that report card is that if we're seeing population increase as we're expected to, that we may be making significant progress, but not then showing it because we've got more people. Likewise, there's a sort of a lagging sort of effect. A lot of the stuff we could do won't start to show up for a couple of years out, and again, we want to be able to communicate that. The other thing is a lot of the stuff you talked about today will have significant impacts outside of the region, and so we're going to want to account for that too. Like we're not proposing a trading system. Like every time we invest in something, say in REAP, we should be getting a 10% credit for that. However, we should.
Transit.
But we should.
Transit.
Maybe we should.
Transit is an example.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. A lot of the stuff this city does has regional effects, and so again,
Cecilia will be talking to how we plan on measuring and reporting out, and I think that you'll be interested to know that it's not going to be what you think. It's not just like, okay, the emissions are this, not showing any progress because it's not accounting for that, addition in population, but she has some other metrics that she's going to be speaking to.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, all of our communications as well, they are going to be, part of our job is going to be collecting that data. And so we know that we have some baseline information already that's really important for us, but we really need to be leaning on that in the way that we communicate out so that we can, show not just what we're doing, but the impact and how we got there as well.
And stressing as a part of that, stressing for people that baseline already is pretty high. Like if your electricity comes from coal, it's going to be a lot easier to get some significant reductions when it's just fuel switching your grid off of coal. Like boom, look at what we've done.
Yeah.
Whereas Nelson having so much clean power, it's going to be a tougher road for us. People need to understand that we're starting from a tougher place to achieve big benefits than other places might.
Yeah, and that just like really, what I was saying before about making sure that residents know what types of actions they can take will lead to what types of outcomes is really important, right? Because we want residents to feel like, okay, people can't just shift their whole lifestyle in one moment. It's really hard to make changes. And so we have lots of residents that are like passive supporters of this work, but they haven't been nudged into the action space yet. And so those are the people that we're going to be targeting so that when people are receptive to our information, they're going to say, oh, well, wow, retrofitting my home, that's one of the things that I can do that makes a huge difference. Or participating in the e-bike financing, that's something that I can do to drive down my own carbon impact. And I'm doing that in a community that's allowed me to make that change. And that change has actually been easy. And so, yeah, definitely making sure that our residents are equipped to handle those trade-offs because it is a really complicated landscape.
Something I haven't heard yet is this idea of carbon budget. So, I mean, you know, carbon budgeting is this huge field out there that's coming into its own. I think it'd be, I've done a little bit of like, you know, you can go online, you can look at your carbon footprint, and then you can like adjust the sliders of how low you gotta go, or how much you have to change your life to truly like live within what the planet can offer. And it's shocking because it's like our lifestyles are, even if we live a very simple lifestyle, it's still a lot. But I think it's interesting if people are given, like, say, a carbon budget on an individual level to work with, and they could say, you know, I've participated I bought an e-bike, I'm riding to work on my e-bike, you know, I'm doing the food cycling, and like they could actually look at their physical carbon budget and recognize that every action they take does have a carbon input.
If I could just speak to that a little bit, I know it's getting easier to speak about climate action because of, you know, people are really seeing the effects of it. But the success from the energy retrofits program has not come from people retrofitting their homes because they're wanting to reduce their GHG. It is because they want a more comfortable home and they want to save money. And so we are going to be taking a very pragmatic approach when it comes to encouraging the community to change their behavior and actually utilize some of the programs that we have by showing some of these co-benefits. I don't feel that our team is going to have the success that we really are going for if we start, I mean, we can speak to the choir on that, and the more savvy carbon budgety people, they'll eat that stuff up. But what we really need is we need a behavior change on a massive scale, and we need to speak to what resonates with them that they can actually do. And when we start talking about that kind of thing, we just have to approach it in a way that, yeah, sure, this is helpful, but that won't be our main message in trying to move the dial. You can maybe speak a bit more because she has lots of experience on engagement and stuff like that, but we do have a couple more slides to also get through.
But very, very quickly, just referencing the slide you've got up on screen, human health, protecting ecosystems seem to dominate. So just, I'm assuming that's going to influence your communication as well.
Well, I'd also,
yeah.
the people that responded to that are probably more the people that are more,
Fair enough.
it's probably not the,
Representative.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, and I think that speaks to like where we need to be targeting, right? Because, you know, if you send out too many messages about why something is good, it's going to water down the message that you're trying to get across. So when we're building that out, you know, human health, for example, with the transportation, there's so many synergies there that we can lean on really clearly and consistency, so it's not confusing for our residents, where we're like improving the quality of life for future generations, or, you know, do all of these other things which are great, but we want to be super targeted and specific and clear so that residents feel like, okay, there's a clear link between what I'm doing and the outcome that's happening, and also, by the way, it's increasing my health, and that kind of nudges me along in that direction.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So on that note, I just wanted to connect what you're saying to a recent event. the
Okay,
vaccine
please.
program that IH rolled out. As an example, they put the first program was delivered at Mary Hall. And for those of us that lived in Nelson Bryan at the time know that Mary Hall is a wonderful facility, but people in Nelson don't go there. And they found that it was just cumbersome for people to go to. It's just the nature of the community as to where they sort of tend to congregate. And, it's similar to what you're talking about now is engaging people that it needed to be easy. Parents with 3 kids that are going to soccer and hockey and this, that, and the other don't have time to do stuff, right? So then they discovered, let's put one at the soccer field.
Yeah.
And that's really what you're talking about is how you get to, the person who was committed was at Mary Hall, bang, boom, just gone, right? The person that had other things on their mind and their life to live and et cetera, were going, it just has to be at Safeway, or the rink or the pool or whatever the case would be. So, and that's really what you're talking about here. That's what you're talking about here is reaching people that
Want a little
just
GHG on the nutritional label.
haven't got the time to sort of think this through. And when I look at, I've been writing on this sheet here since you folks have started, and the word value keeps coming up that I scribbled down. What's the value? And when you get to this slide here, you talk about health. I mean, who doesn't want a healthy community?
Yeah.
And Keith, you're on the rec commission as an example. Health is part of having a good recreation facilities, parks, and then you can go into the cultural side, the Capitol Theatre and all those pieces, right? And if we need to be able to weave this program into in the midst of all that health. What is health about? Mental health, physical health, and of course the health of your environment when you're sitting at home, or to the greater community when you do these things that you're suggesting.
Yeah, I wholly agree. Yeah.
So that addresses the convenience side, the accessibility side, and I think that's an important piece in the operation side to understand, to get to where people are, where we'll meet people where they're at. I think if we also use the example of the vaccination program and the COVID response, there's also that conversation of how the change in communication is happening in this social media landscape, because you also have, we've gone from a very top down, I'm going to distribute communication, it's going to come out through the paper, there'll be a magazine ad, there'll be a speech, this is how you'll get information, to now you have subject matter experts, self-appointed subject matter experts, you have conversations creating headwinds in all sorts of directions. We certainly, even in this space, have a few prominent figures that work diligently to set a certain narrative. And so I think we also have to be incredibly media savvy on the social media side, understanding how those relationship conversations are being had, so that that information is there when people need it, but also those relationships are built on an ongoing basis, so people know Mary Hall is there, but that it's also safe, that the people that are behind that program are effective, they've done their work, and it's in the best interest of everyone. Because if we're flat-footed or on the back step in getting into those responses, then things will manifest in our community that will create headwinds that we will be fighting against for a long time after. And I don't have a solution for that, and I see some very bright women at this table explaining these programs with some capacity. It's going to be more than just getting to the soccer fields and to the Mary Halls and the convenient locations. We have to really bring the community participation in, so that conversation is coming together.
Yeah. And I think we have a really good history of doing that, right? One of the things we did with the pilot program for the organics was we created a Facebook group for the people who are participating in the pilot. And we still regularly engage in that space. And everybody who joined at the beginning is still in that Facebook group. And they're still sharing information. They're still saying, hey, does anybody have any soil amendment? I want to throw some in my garden. The season's changing. I want to prepare it for winter, And so for us, that's an example of what types of tools and platforms might work to pull our community together so that they can collaborate and we can support that collaboration with the information that we have. And, when we are building out our programs, we are definitely considering how are we going to reach our residents? Is it the newspaper? Maybe for some people, but we know that there's a bunch of different avenues that we might take. So that's definitely on our radar as something that we're considering.
And if I could just add a note. One of the early days of success with the EcoSave program, when we first rolled out the energy retrofits, prior to launching it to the community, it was really important to arm the people who the residents would be going to once it's launched, and expecting them to be in the know. What we did was we did the due diligence of going out to the community prior to that. I talked to realtors, I talked to the hardware stores, I talked to contractors, we talked to really, you know, like the Rotary Club, so that all of a sudden it's launched, it's a big new program. So then residents go like, oh, hey, realtor, do you know anything about this program? Well, if we hadn't done that, they would have been like, I don't know what the city's doing, I can't keep track, no one tells us anything. What we did was we actually created a lot of buy-in and ownership, because that realtor and that hardware store owner, like there were people at the hardware store turning people away from buying insulation, saying, just wait, there's a program coming. Those people go, oh yeah, I know all about this. And they all of a sudden, so like, they feel that sense of pride in being able to inform that resident. That resident goes away feeling like, yeah, like this whole bunch of credibility. And what happens is there's a buzz in the community, and they do your marketing for you. And I did the same thing with the e-bike. I talked to all of the e-bike, like all of the bike shops that sold e-bikes. I told them all about the loan program prior to coming out. We have had over 100 people apply for that program, and over 60 loans so far have been given, but like over 100 people have applied, and I haven't done any marketing on that. We've done a couple Facebook posts, so that's definitely something we can do. But that shows you the connection that this community really does on some of these things. So we've had some great success, and we plan on, you know, with the organics and any other program that emerges out of this, that's our approach.
Good job.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I mean, that is really the next point on this slide about community participation. And that's exactly what we mean when we say leveraging the networks to encourage shifts in behavior. So, you know, we've talked a lot about the different groups here that are really engaged, but we also want to be, you know, thinking about the Rotary Club, for example. Like, how can we use the people who are not always bought in, or not always the climate focused people, but still might care deeply about this stuff, or may just need to be shown some benefits, and then they're going to be really excited because they understand why it's relevant to them and why it's important to them. So yeah, that's a really great example. And the next point here is really about youth. And so within this work, it's incredibly important that we're engaging all the different types of residents in our community, but young people especially need to be a part of this conversation. And so one of the things that we are looking about doing is working with the youth center in order to apply for some grant funding so we can build the local capacity of our young people, and they can help us achieve our goals in each of the 3 mitigation areas that we're working on. So things like Canada Summer Grant funding, like there's a really great opportunity for us to do some skill building locally, provide some green job experience, and make sure that the young people here in Nelson understand what our goals are, and they can learn about the municipal process and gain some civic literacy along the way.
And I'd recommend connecting with Youth Climate Corps.
Yes, yeah. Absolutely. You can see the big like swath of organizations there.
We didn't quite know how to capture the how connected
Yeah.
we'll be to the community, so we just thought, yeah, we'll throw it all out there.
Yeah, and that's not even exhaustive. So yeah, there's lots happening here.
But once again, we want to show those community groups that we're here to support, but we are staying focused on our 3 key areas. But community and communications is a big part of achieving success.
Wonderful. And so the last point here is actually just a little bit of an update. So we've been invited to extend, to submit an application to the Trottier Foundation to extend the Nest Lab into another phase. And so, yeah, it's to be decided as to whether or not we'll be the leading partner within that, or if that will transition to perhaps Selkirk College. But that is something that's coming down in the future that we're going to be applying for within the next few months. Yeah, and so this is my final slide, actually. So you've heard throughout the presentation that we are going to be really tracking and reporting our progress as we go. And so the best practice is to be capturing our community level emissions every 2 years. So you can expect to see that. But within that, that doesn't tell us all the information that we need to know about how successful our programs are within the community. So what this says here is that we're going to be also looking at our mitigation and adaptation KPIs, which are, of course, our key performance indicators. And all that means is it's just a sharper level of measurement that we can use to assess the success. So it's to be determined exactly how many and why we might choose those things, but that might be something like how many EVs are actually registered in Nelson. We would actually really want to know that if we're going to be designing an EV or a zero carbon mobility strategy. So, or something like per capita water usage on the adaptation side. So, please.
So, using the COVID lens, since we've just traveled through that landscape,
Traveling.
we're traveling, you're right. Well, hopefully,
Car's
Yeah.
still moving.
I'm like,
Yeah.
people are getting out of the car. It's still going.
Don't jump out.
But the BC CDC, like they've had a really great COVID data page, you know, where they have all these different measurements. And I think I've noticed, like, you know, local media uses those, there's like a map of like infection rates and it uses a lot. And like, I remember when we were really spiking a bunch of months ago and kind of the whole community got together in a lot of different areas and we're like, you can see right here, this is not going well. And there was a lot of kind of pressure on from many fronts. We've got to do better. And those maps were really important to show that like the curve went way up and then we started driving it down through community getting vaccinated and practicing pandemic safety protocols and all of these things. And so and now we're very low and it's there, right there to see. And I think those kind of ability to actually see progress is so vital for people to feel like their actions are making a difference. Otherwise, we're just kind of out there flailing on our own, hoping we're doing something.
Yeah,
So,
I would love to respond to that. So there's a few things that we're talking about in terms of our public facing progress. So one of the things is if you say to somebody, we, you know, saved 1,000 tons of CO2, it might not land as well as like, hey, we pulled like 7 cars off the road just by doing this one action this year, for example. So we are thinking about how to make those, how to make that data accessible for our residents. One of the conversations that we've had recently is that the RDCK is creating a dashboard system where they're actually going to be updating that kind of as they go so that residents can really look and see what that means. And so we've had some actual initial conversations with the Community Energy Association who actually built that dashboard. And so, yeah, it's very much to be determined what this update will look like or what it will contain, but we're definitely thinking about all the ways in which we will present that information so that it's useful for residents, but also that it resonates and so they can actually see themselves in that progress report. So
I like these thermometers where, you know, you're looking to fund, you know, your fundraising and you're like, you can see, it's like, oh, we still have a ways to go. So you need, you know, that, okay, I'm going to still continue to put my, you know, my charity there. So we don't know exactly what that looks like, but we do need, you know, to come up with something that will actually be effective.
So like the festive trees on Baker Street get a little redder as we get worse and a little greener as we get better.
yeah, like that.
Stop working, tree by tree.
I would stress I wouldn't wait for CEA to produce it necessarily. I'm sure they do good work, but there's a couple of more than a couple. There's a ton of dashboard tools online. That
Yeah.
would be good to go.
We're not saying we're using the CA for that.
Right.
We're just reaching out and we're seeing what our options are and we're gonna, you know, be able to determine what the best method is.
Yeah, and if you
Great
if
to
you've
hear.
seen a really good easy one, then you know fire it their way.
Please, yeah.
Feel free to share for sure.
And I think that's the the other piece of this strategy is we do want to have good early success. And that's why something like the food cycler, where we can show we've cut GHG emissions on our waste by 70% in 2 years, right? Like we're going to be able to show real progress. Maybe pick things like if it's e-bike adoption, that we can show that we've had a high level. Because I really think it, and I think we all agree, getting momentum is really important. And it you may not the EV whatever car adoption may be slower. And, that's still on the radar, but if we can show early success, then the person goes, oh, okay, well, I'm going to do the next thing, right?
So one thing I just want to bring back from Councillor Woodward in this reporting piece is this is a place when we look at maybe on an individual level, carbon budgets, they don't make a lot of sense. It's difficult. It's a difficult tool for people to work with. But on an organizational level, on a community level, that kind of, not so much, the dashboard is great. Graphs in a financial report are great. They're not a financial report in and of itself. But how we systematize and standardize year in and year out what our carbon budget reporting looks like, what our GHG reporting looks like, so that when we're getting that annual report every year, it's less of a, there's something complementing of a list of accomplishments, but there's that 1, 2, 3 page that's like, this is the areas that we've seen reductions, and this is the percent of change from last year, and settling in on whatever that standard might be that's out there, so that reporting is something that we say, we're really going to keep producing this every year for 5 years, 10 years, and you're going to be able to go back and see the progress over time. Because I think we do get to the slideshow component, the list of accomplishments component, but it does make it hard to understand which direction we're moving over time, and that's that rigor that we want to bring to it as an organization and as an organization representing a community.
Well, and on that note, we have some resources we could pull from C40, for example, or the CDP that they've done for what a city needs to do and how they should report. So we should look. If you haven't already, look to C40 maybe?
Yeah, we have, yeah. Yeah, absolutely, and CBT as well. This is part of the challenge of our work, is like we are constantly, there's so much going on, it would be impossible for a team of 3 people to keep abreast of every different option that comes our way. And so again, when we're talking about like staying focused, if somebody in this room has a great idea for how to report, like please send it directly to us. We want to hear about it. We are looking in all the key players, that are setting the standard in that space, because we know they're reputable, they have something that's functional, that's going to work. And so we are in and of ourselves trying to be a little bit more focused, because as soon as you type in, carbon tracking, you're going to be bombarded by a whole bunch of things. And we really want to find the thing that works best for us and our context here.
We also have FCM and PCP.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
there's a lot of, we don't have to reinvent the wheel on this. We just have to find a Nelson fit.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
And on that note, part of that, whether it's Partners for Climate Protection or FCM or C40, whatever, which program we choose will have an impact in the future on the funding opportunities that we have available to us. Like some funders, certainly the family foundations, will probably look to see, what program are you using, and so we should definitely look at that sooner than later to keep that. But again, PCP, FCM is probably the way to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it's interesting, just even on the EcoSave, the energy retrofit program, when council initially adopted that, you had to count those carbon credits or whatever, and to meet where we were supposed to meet, there was going to have to be audited and all this compliance shit around it. All this compliance stuff around it. And, we came to council and said, let's just get someone's roof insulated.
Yeah.
Like, if we can't audit that and we can't count it, who cares? Because we know actually if you insulate your roof, you are going to use less energy. And spending all that time and rigor and stuff, and eventually the province came around and said, yeah, I guess that makes sense. That why are we going to get Deloitte's to audit whether you've got the 5 houses you got insulated, or actually a carbon credit or something. So, so I hear you, and certainly on that financing side, but I also, like, let's just get people to do what we know science has proven. If you drive an EV car versus a Hummer, well, the Hummers are EV now, but you're going to save this, right? Or you insulate your roof, or you do these things, like get the actions happening, because that actually makes a real difference versus spending so much resource trying to, to meet some criteria that someone invented, which probably has, a lot of validity to it. I don't doubt. I come from an accounting background. I know all about audits and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, if you ride your bike more than drive your car, we know you're reducing your emissions, right?
So we only have one more slide to wrap things up.
Yeah, exactly. So thank you very much.
Okay, so this is our wrap-up slide on staying focused, and also wanted to let you know that in short order, we're going to actually have an implementation plan. It's going to look very similar to what the active transportation plan's implementation plan looks like. So something fairly simple and succinct and effective. And as you can see on the slide, there's some little buckets there for each thing, and there's some black font and some white font. The black font represents all of the things our team is directly responsible for, and the white is actually representative of other city departments and how we will be supporting that work. Like Cecilia said, on the adaptation side, we are a new team, so we've just begun this work, and we still need to meet with each department and intimately get to know their work, because we are the eyes and the ears in this realm, and if we know what their initiatives are and what they're trying to achieve, we're going to be able to go, oh, you've hit a roadblock. I see you're not progressing. You've hit a barrier. I know a couple other municipalities who are doing the same thing. Let's check in with them and see, how do they work around this? Or you're looking for funding, or, it's costing way more than you thought. You need additional funding. We're the eyes and the ears. We can bring that into focus. So we thank you very much for all of your time, and we definitely have our work cut out. But that's what this slide is. We're staying focused. We have a lot on our plates, but we're really happy to be here and involve ourselves with this work. It couldn't be more important right now.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
All right.
Just in closing,
Yeah, I do too.
Before noon.
just in closing, Carmen, I just want to say that you just mentioned to me you're 10 years involved, and I think it was 12 years ago when we first signed the Climate Action Charter with the Premier Camel at the time at the UBCM, and that started the ball rolling. And you were talking about in your presentation just a few minutes ago about, Jesse mentioned about barometers and so forth, and graphs and so on. But in actual fact, when you look at what's actually happened in the last 10, 12 years, we should account for that success as well when we're letting the community know that, where we're at, where we got to today, didn't just happen in the last 2 weeks. There's been a lot of great work has gone in by councils in the past and our staff in general to get us to where we are today. And really, you were just a one-person show up until recently, and it's very exciting to see the people now that you're surrounded yourself with to move us to the next level. And I feel very proud of the work council has helped you do, in supporting you and giving you the confidence to move forward with ideas and taking our suggestions and so forth. And I think the future looks very bright, and it feels good to be once again one of those communities that's on the leading edge, that we're not coming from behind. And yes, we're going to learn from other people, but in actual fact, probably more people are going to learn from us. And, and that's exciting to know that once again, Nelson's in the forefront as we were when we built our hydro and brought in our railroads and our universities and colleges and educational facilities and our hospitals and our healthcare workers and all the great people that are seeking out our community today to want to live and work in it. And it helps build not only our resilience, but our economy as well. There's a lot of value in what we're bringing to the table here. And there's just two things that I would ask and encourage people to think about going forward, and that is when I hear people talking about a ton of carbon, it makes no sense to me. Like it's, you can't like put it in the middle of the room, you can't put it in a box. And taking cars off the road seems like something we need to leave behind and start talking about things differently, because in actual fact there's more cars on the road than there has when all this has started. So it seems like it's those are areas that don't resonate, in my opinion, with people. But as far as the work that you're doing that connects directly to the responsibilities of each member around this table here, making sure we don't flood, making sure we don't burn, all of those pieces, are directly connected to doing the right thing around the environment and making sure we care about the whole environment, not just one or two little pieces of it. So I just want to thank you for the hanging in there over the last 10 years, and in particular to our staff that are here today that sort of helped, and we put everything on the side of a desk. Now we have some real foundation here to work from, and it feels really good.
Thank you so much, and I want to, accept that thanks and that gratitude. But I also want to deliver it back your way to a very progressive mayor and council, because I get a lot of people calling to say, okay, I want to talk to you about this program, but more specifically, what did you say to convince your council to pass that? And I am so thrilled when I get to say, actually, we were directed by mayor and council to develop the program. We were directed by our mayor and council to do this. And they're like, wow, that would just be so nice. There's a lot of people who are trying to do the work that we're doing, and they're trying to convince. And we're just, so supported here to be able to actually flourish and succeed in the work that we do. So the thanks goes back to you guys as well.
And that goes hand in hand. If we don't deliver good, smart, achievable programs, then the pressure's on all these folks around here going, what are you doing there? And it makes it much harder for them to say yes or do this, right? If we deliver, then it's much easier. And I think that's what's happened. We've done this work for 125 years since that, first hydroelectric dam was on the, on Cottonwood Creek over there. We've been in this business a long time, and we've delivered. We do things. We're progressive, and we take risks, but we think them through, and we deliver good, smart programs that people, I think, by and large, can buy into.
Thanks very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Take care. So it's lunchtime. Are you sticking around for lunch?
We would love to stick around for lunch.
You earned it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So do we need to motion to recess then?
Yeah, no.
We got more to go over.
Priorities, so you're at 1:30, did you say?
I'm at 1:30.
Yeah,
Okay, so why don't we try to have a quick lunch? And
12:30 or so. What time is
Yeah.
it?
we can be done by
Take 30
12:30.
minutes anyway. Yeah. So that'll be
Wait a second.
12:35.
My mistake. 12.
Motion to recess?
Recess, second by Rick, all in favor? Thank you.
Emily, may I speak with you?
We might be gone.
You might as well take it. We'll be done by the time you get back.
Yeah.
We will.
Nice power move, Cal.
Nice to see you, Rick. Good meeting.
Yeah, thanks. Bye, guys.
We need a motion to reconvene.
Moved.
Councillor Woodward, Councillor Page, all in favor? Carried. Kevin?
All right, as I said at the beginning of the day, I did produce this document. It does go through what the priorities of council were back in Rossland, and gives a bit of an update. I think I said this in the email, the bold items are the ones that are in progress and that we're, at this point, working towards completing. Maybe not by the end of 2022, but hopefully, we have substantial progress on those. So I'm open to how you want to go through this. We can go through each area, and if there's, maybe that's the way we should do it. We'll just go from the beginning to the end, and if there's no questions on that area and it makes sense to you, then we'll just carry on and with your endorsement. If there are questions, you want some more information, or there is a couple in here that are new, and just want to know if you want us to spend our time on that. So does that sound reasonable? Okay. So this first section is really how we work in our public realm. As you see from there, there's the Hall Street project, the Civic Center project, the Mural Festival, downtown sculptures. Those are all continuing into 2022. I think those, council had supported us applying for grants for all those areas, and we're kind of well down the path on theirs. Is there any questions, concerns? We'll obviously keep you up to date as to where we're at with these as they progress.
Can we warm up the light bulbs on the street lights on Vernon Street? Are we able to get rid of the harsh blue light there? Now that we have festive lighting there.
You mean the overhead lights?
Yep.
We can ask. Sarah, are you going to take notes?
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Okay. We can ask.
Okay.
I don't know if that's, it can be a liability issue. If we get an accident on that intersection, then.
Where's that, Keith? Sorry?
Well, the three from in front of the liquor store, in front of Jackson's, in front of my place.
Oh, yeah.
You get this street light effect. You can see what it looks like when it goes down towards the Civic. Beautiful, warm street lights all the way.
Okay.
You get these three bright ones, and you can't tell the difference between the trees and it just washes everything out.
Okay. No, we can certainly look at
For
that.
an effect,
Yeah.
Gotcha.
some light bulbs. Just put me up in a lift.
Okay.
A thing for
Not sure
lights,
we can
don't
do
you? I
that.
haven't heard the Coldwell Banker rant lately.
I took.
when I was-
in quite a while, actually.
I don't pick on people.
Yeah, you do, actually.
So when I was a kid, we used to throw snowballs
That's
at them
evidence that I
until they went out. Not sure if that's effective anymore.
Sure, I don't think.
All right. Leverage community assets, the next category. So some information on Nelson Fiber. I know that's come up a few times. So we do have grown that quite a bit. We have almost 100 customers plus 8 colo customers, up from 43 in 2019. So there certainly seems to be a niche for that. As you just made this decision here recently to continue with waiving patio fees, and this is just a reminder that the recovery is we're still in recovery. There's still more work to be done there. Looking at development that supports the downtown and waterfront plan, I think Sebastian might have been in a meeting this morning with a developer that's looking at the Kootenai Landing site, and I think I ran into him actually last night over at Louis, and that sounds pretty positive. And in fact, interesting enough, he's looking at a alternative product for insulation that is embodied carbon friendly, and so there's a good example where we can work with that developer. But we certainly, Victoria Street is being developed as we talk about. We're still getting some interest in the Nelson Landing site, the NDN building. I'm not sure where that's at, but again, just to identify, there's a number of larger projects on the books here that are likely to happen in 2022, or at least the planning work and the building permit work will be there. So that's that's a core piece of the work that these guys do. And Sebastian's going to come and present as well. So if there's more questions on sort of the development services side, there'll be a chance to answer that when Sebastian's here.
Councillor Morrison has a question, Kevin.
Yes,
I actually have a voice. I'm sure the people out there in television land are wondering what happened to me today.
I know.
Just have a question, and just maybe just say Sebastian's going to answer it later. But when talking about the NDN building, the Daily News building, their services, are all of their services in the back Alley, or will we be looking at digging up Baker Street? And then if we're in Baker Street at that time, would there be any contemplation of the fact that we've talked for a number of years, my previous council to this one, about that whole redoing of the infrastructure on Baker Street? And if the infrastructure is buried in Baker Street and we're going to close it, would there be any trigger that we would see that in 2022 we could potentially be going from there, say down to the intersection, which we know potentially might have some redevelopment and doing, if we're going to make a mess for the good, this isn't a mess for the bad, doing that?
Certainly it's on the radar. There's not sure if this public news or not, but there's another potential development in the downtown that Sebastian's flagged that very same thing. If that does happen, do we start to, replace infrastructure? I think we're fortunate on Baker Street that we have infrastructure on both sides of Baker Street, so it's not like Hall Street where it's in the middle and you have to close the whole street. So I think we can, when we're starting to renew Baker Street, we're going to be able to keep one side of the street open, and yes, it'll be disruptive, but at least we don't have to close it fully. We did the tie-in to the Kootenai Co-op building on that 800 block or 700 block of Baker, and we only disrupted that one side, and I don't think people even really noticed it that much, and I know there's not as much development there, but so yes, that is on the radar.
Question? While we're downtown, Kevin, I'm hearing more and more from people that are, I think we're a little behind time on our parking meters.
Yes, so Chris has just written me a memo, and I was going to bring that to council on Tuesday on, if you meant in the technology or in the... Yes. So Chris has, written me a memo, and I'm going to bring it to you on Tuesday. We need to, probably move ahead with some replacements of those meters.
Thank you.
All right. The closure work at 70 Lakeside Drive, is as any of these contaminated site closures is a bit challenging. The RDCK has done the additional testing on that site. This one is, I think as council knows, is complicated because it was landfilled onto CP property, and the permit for that landfill actually included the CP property. So we're struggling with how do we close that and meet their regulations, and we're struggling a bit with getting feedback from MOE and CP, but we're still working on that. Everybody is aware of the new entry and wayfinding signage project. Again, I think Sebastian will touch on this a bit when he does his report. Again, looking at how do we support our sports culture and recreation communities and our community as a whole. So I think everyone, again, is aware that we received additional funding as part of that tourism grant to do improvements in Railtown, including Cottonwood Park. We had a presentation here just a week ago with, or even this week, maybe it was, with Matthew Stanley updating the Cottonwood plan. Sebastian will bring that forward to you. We had a meeting with the partners that in Cottonwood Park, the youth center, or the market, the Azushi Friendship Society, etc., to talk about those recommendations. And I think the message there, they're like the larger building blocks of what we're trying to achieve there. But again, Sebastian will bring it forward, and just again a reminder that there is real work that will be done in 2022, and including hopefully finally installing that washroom building on that site. But the other pieces of that are, which I think I touch on maybe a little bit later. So that's probably the major one on that park side of it. As far as our, yes, okay.
So on that note, you guys had this meeting with the partners down there, and I had a conversation, ran into a group of the Ajuzu Society
Yep.
members. On a go-forward basis, there were concerns that were raised, given the multiple decades of work that's been done in the Japanese-themed garden, that some of the design elements that were going into the work that is being grant funded don't carry along with the theme that they've curated down there, or don't fully incorporate, the fact that they've, laid the foundation of what that park is. And so are we going to work closer, or have Matthew work closer with groups like that?
Well, Matthew's contract is done. He's developed the concept plan, and I think as Sebastian pointed out at the meeting, and Bernie and John were there, and again, the focus was on. He's done some renderings of what these different spaces could look like, but as Sebastian told him, don't get hung up on the renderings. It's the concept. So there's the basic concept. There's the, for lack of a better word, the Zen Japanese gardens portion of that park.
Natural
There's
pathways.
Right. There's
Japanese maples.
Right. Then there's
boulders, chairs.
the market events portion of that park, and there needs to be a transition zone between those two spaces, right? You don't want this super active place bleeding into the Zen place, I guess, and that's really one of the fundamental concepts is this middle park. I think they identified it as is that's the place where families would have picnics, or you'd buy your stuff from the market and go eat it in this place, and it doesn't bleed fully into the where people are trying to get away from that stuff. So I heard good buy-in to that, and
And I think ultimately, what we were seeing is that there's a lot of different people working on different bits and pieces of the park, and I think it lacked an overall vision that was shared by everyone. So I think the idea was to have a conceptual site planning exercise so that we have something to work towards in the future, and making sure that one group doesn't come in and say, oh, well, we're putting a playground right here, so that doesn't work. And at the same time, the market is expanding, and it starts to take, a lot of competition for the same land. And in the planning exercise, it was really important to highlight all the work that the Izushi Friendship Society has done, and we're not touching any of that. And I think it's just moving forward is working with them to, kind of come up with an maintaining, we're looking at it as a really developing little mini parcels in the park itself, so that in the future it's all running well together, there's proper circulation, and then it's how the Izushi Friendship Society can be involved in all those micro projects as we move forward.
yeah. And I think I heard at the end they really appreciated having a roadmap, of the sort of the building blocks, so that that they, when they're doing work, they're, as Sebastian said, not at cross purposes with that they actually are working towards that. And whether the pathway is curved or straight or whatever, those details will be fleshed out when you get into detailed design on that portion of the park.
But the goal should be a harmonistic park, not a fractured
and I think
confluence of different styles.
which we have, right? We have this
Japanese theme.
we have this Japanese theme, and then we have this oval stage space, right? And yes, they have to be complementary, but they are different spaces, right? It's not a full Japanese garden, right? It's partially a Japanese garden, and you want to pick up on those design themes throughout, that they don't conflict. They work together, but
Harmony.
you don't need the temple on the stage, right? It just has to
Just thinking about, like Lakeside has many areas that have been built organically over the years, but it all works together as a functioning park, but it's not seamless and, you know, not everything is matching, but there is a community quality of use there, right? So I feel like with Cottonwood, it's like it's evolved over many years, and I think it's developed into the kind of it's developing into very much like a multi-use place to go with a few different. But I hear what you're saying. I just think that you know, everything can't. If it's developed over 10, 15 years, it can't all be totally seamless because different people work on it at different times and there's different tastes.
And I think the how we've integrated the historical aspect of the use of it, the you know, the artifacts from the, you know, the original generating plant and that, you know, and they've, you know, the plantings they've done to get in the steps they've got you up to there, that, you know, that's a good transition, right? You know, you can accomplish two different things. So I found them very appreciative of the presentation, etc. You know, Bernie used to work for us, and you know, he has his, you know, from, you know, both from a building inspector and a, you know, a long-time city worker of, you know, he likes design stuff. So, but yeah, like I said, I thought I had a good feeling. They were quite appreciative, and we've committed to doing these on a quarterly basis. Sebastian took notes, sent them back out. So
Great.
I think we're on a good,
As long as
good
there's
page.
sounds like there's going to be lots of
Yeah,
overlap and consultation going back and forth.
yeah. So I think we're on a good place there.
Great.
Okay. As far as that economic side of it, you know, I think Keith and Cal both participated in the planning exercise that was done, and, you know, this workforce shortage is one of the key things that has come out of that. So we're working on that. The water side, we touched a bit about, certainly touched on this in Nelson Next, and it's certainly complementary. So we do know that we have a limited water supply that, you know, is going to change over time. We don't know what the full impact of climate change will be on our water system, but we do know that we certainly are running into drought issues. We're certainly may have, you know, that snow melt may happen quicker than in the past. So we need to, you know, first of all, make sure we're using water wisely, and, you know, councils over a number of years has supported, you know, you know, as the mayor used to say, let's get our own house in order before we ask other people to get their houses in order, and certainly we've done that on that, and, you know, this recent work that that Rory has been doing around identifying where those leaks are and tightening those up has made a huge difference. I think our per capita water use is way less than it was, you know, 50 years ago.
Kevin, I think I talked to you a little bit about this, Sarah, about getting Daryl to come and do that presentation on the water side.
On the water, on the plan?
At a cow meeting at some point. Maybe when the new year leading into spring runoff.
Yeah.
Because he has some very interesting graphs that I know that the community should be aware of.
Yeah,
know.
you can certainly see when it gets hot.
Yeah.
You know, that water usage just spikes, right?
I think we went through COVID, how there was a change in shift
Yeah,
in
yeah.
consumption.
So, so we're, as you know from Colin Innes's presentation, we're going to carry on with that leak detection work and work with users of our water to look at options to reduce that, including, you know, some of our microbreweries, etc. Water treatment deferral. So again, we don't have a full treatment plant at this stage where we have deferral because of quality of our water, and developing that secondary source. We're still working on that to get that approval. And again, as mentioned in Len's presentation, we have secured the right-of-ways to get our water from the lake up to Mountain Station, and we're developing a business case. Does that make sense? Does it help protect our community? So that's a large priority for this year, or 2022.
With that consideration,
Yep.
and you're pulling water from the lake up to the reservoir, would that be like installed and then only used in an emergency, or could that be multiple? Could that be used for other purposes?
Well, we'd look at, we don't want to pump water if we don't have to, right? So,
Building that piece of infrastructure, which is so expensive, and then it's only like going to be used in the most extreme cases.
that's why we're going to do the business case. Does that make sense? Certainly when we're in drought conditions, if we lost 5 Mile, if we're facing a wildfire threat that we wanted to protect our community, would it be an insurance plan? Possibly.
Kind of feels a little bit like EOC.
Yeah.
Having the EOC maybe a little expensive to install, but we have it.
Yeah.
And which is so we've used it a couple of times. It's so valuable. So maybe it's kind of that kind of investment.
And does it, maybe when we look at this, like right now, during drought conditions or, we've basically told our whole community stop watering outdoors. Does that put us at a higher fire risk because we just drying our community out totally, right? So
that might have, you're saying, then we could start pumping water so that people could actually wet their lands
Yeah.
during the drought.
Nice if that water could be untreated, but it's not. It has to
No.
be treated.
Yeah.
There's that whole piece there to deal with.
Yeah. So we don't know those answers at this stage, but that's the work we'll be doing in 2022 to, we wanted to, we had the opportunity with the interior health projects to secure those rights of way up there, which was, obviously critical if we're going to get our water up there. And now we need to, determine how if we build that infrastructure and how we'd utilize it.
So Kevin, on that note, just a question.
Yeah.
We have drilled a number of wells in the community. Have we looked at looking at doing more?
I haven't. I know when we looked at secondary source, drilling wells was an option they looked at.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be a secondary source. Could it support fire? This and as an alternative, we could look at that.
Yeah, because we do use it wells in a few areas in town. So
John, are you saying instead of building a pump
I'm not
pipe?
saying instead, but it might be worth throwing it into the mix potentially. If you had a good well, say up where Janice lived or where I live, you don't have to pump it; it's gravity fed, right? So
Yeah, there is a good well up where you live in
but
the
a
cemetery.
graveyard there. So,
Why is the water source protection plan not showing up here, given that we committed to annual review of that plan?
Just because I missed it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good catch. All right. The whole climate change piece we spent a few hours on, so I won't go through that. Other than I'll mention, and I think I mentioned it briefly, the COSA has an impact on our sustainability of our electric utility, and it's an important piece going forward. We need to figure out how we can make that work and generate enough revenues to rebuild the system. Emergency management. So we have hired a new emergency management coordinator. I can't say who it is because that's not public yet, but a very well qualified person. And, again, a focus will be to keep building on that emergency management plan. I know they've done work on evacuations, etc. And, also as I bulleted in there, this work with Flynn-Rord now, I guess is what we call them. Can anybody say what that stands for?
3 or 4.
Flynn-Rord.
Forest lands,
Natural resources.
and what?
Natural Resources Operations and Rural Development.
Rod.
So yeah, Len mentioned this, that we're going to work with them and in particular BC Wildfire Service on hopefully developing this tactical plan of how we would protect our community in the event of a wildfire. Aging infrastructure, again, you've heard from water, sanitary sewer, storm, Nelson Hydro, all around the work we're doing there. So that's ongoing work that we're doing, which is a big chunk of the work of those departments. The new one is the storm side of this, and we've done that study. As you heard from Colin, we're not just going to upside everything across the community. That's just not financially feasible. But we need to figure out how where those vulnerable pieces, what are alternatives, whether it is diverting some of that overflow into our parks. Is it making sure our curbs are high enough to make it help it come down the street instead of into people's basements, etc. So that's that area. The housing, on the suitable mix of housing, the 3 projects are 2 are occupied. The other one, Sebastian, do you know where that one's at? It seems to be.
I think it's early 2022.
Okay, that should be completed, and they've done the geotech work at the Nelson Youth. The youth center there, and this project is almost as long as that washroom to make happen. So we've been working on this one a long time, but it does seem to have some legs now, and we're hoping that goes ahead. I didn't put in here the assisted living project that's in Vernon Street Hole, so that's would be a big benefit to the community. So that's where there's another piece on housing here, I think, later. Maybe it's in this next section.
We had that letter from the minister.
Yeah, I have that in here somewhere, but it must be in this next section.
Talked about helping us work through the regional strategy for
okay.
Delivering housing in the rural areas.
Yeah, I have that in Achieve Excellence in City Governance, so
good.
We'll get to that one. Okay, on the well-connected neighborhoods, we're working with Small Housing BC on the potential stratification of larger housing that's in our city. The bike lane project, first phase was done. We are in detailed design at the second phase, Sebastian?
Conceptual design and cost estimate has been completed. So.
Okay. And we'll be looking for grant applications. I think, again, Carmen's team has forwarded a grant opportunity for that might fund that. And I think I mentioned this at council. So we've been having discussions with Selkirk College. So this is a new one to look at that whole 10th Street campus and really understand what they need for educational purposes, what surplus lands they're interested in doing that work in 2022. So I've talked to Sebastian about that, and again, he'll touch on that a bit more when he does his work plan. Obviously, the proposed new long-term care and health campus project at the former Mount St. Francis site, we're hopeful that will go ahead in 2022. I know they're doing the hazmat and demolition of that existing building. Actually, I was up on Lions Bluffs, is that what we call it? The other day, and looking across there going, what is that huge building? Oh, that's Mount St. Francis. It's a big building, eh? It's crazy when you're up there. It's like the prominent building that you see. So anyway, we're hoping that will go ahead and they can make an announcement that they have secured funding for that. The Transit Exchange, again, has been before council a number of times. The piece we wanted to add to that, again, Sebastian can talk about this more when he presents, but we do see an opportunity when those projects happen to really look at, that whole Victoria Street, and how do we, use that project as leverage to look at, Victoria from the beginning to the KSA building. How do we make sure that we're making some street improvements or at least thinking about that? It may be underground infrastructure that we may be looking at there as well. I don't know what the infrastructure is there, but certainly I know the sidewalks in front of the pink building are, broken and leaning and not very good. So, yes.
That sounds great. Maybe we can get one of those like permanent rainbow sidewalks or something in that asphalt that they do down on the coast. But
Nice.
Because painting that stuff is a
Yeah.
lot of work. I want to just while we're on this
Hologram.
page, if
Yeah.
you've gone,
Yeah.
While we're on this page, one of the things I think that we want to consider, and you'll hear a little bit more, because at the NADP, it was flagged as a strategic priority, and then we had a discussion this week at the Housing Committee about researching what other kind of development corporations exist and what other models exist in the province, and potentially bringing something like that to the city. So there was a motion passed at passed at the housing, and then the NADP is also looking to do work like this. So I think it should be on our strategic priorities as something to actively work with those bodies for. And that would look like, I would basically look at the fallowed land, the underutilized land, the land that could be acquired, and getting it to a space. We look at just what happened with Valid and what needs to all this preparatory rezoning pieces, all of the infrastructure needs, all of the things that we know need to happen on various lots that have been sitting vacant for years or underutilized, to get them to a point where a developer is either interested, or it can be passed off to BC Housing, or whatever it needs to be. But there are models from Tofino to Whistler to communities to Revelstoke, to communities around the province, on how you might have a development corporation that does that work that is arm's length from the city. So I would just at this stage say some of the wind is around us, and I would like to see it on this as part of our strategic priorities, to do that research.
You're talking a housing authority?
It could be housing, that's one model. That's not the only model. There are other models, but I think we need to know what our options are, because we can't keep putting companies like Valid through rings like that. Like, really, some preparatory work needs to happen, and I think there's opportunities in our own city for that same kind of work to be done, to get it to a point where someone will pick it up and build something.
So I think we'd be making a mistake if we linked the Valor project to anything we do in the city. Because that was a regional district decision,
As an example.
not a municipal one. So, so far, we can definitely look at those ideas, but
Well, I would
yeah,
suggest if we're going to do this work, it
Yeah.
needs to be at least the greater Nelson area. Like I said, just renting out in Blewett, when I think we're putting 4 or 5 residential units on a single family lot in Nelson, and I drive 2 minutes away and there's one house on 97 acres. It just, us trying to do this in isolation just doesn't make sense. Like, if we don't consider, and just my own learning, being a new homeowner, partially homed owner, out there, is like, we're on a vulnerable aquifer. And, to have no planning of whether that's going to be residential, industrial, commercial, et cetera, out there, when you have limited water supply, makes no sense to me. And us, we can, like, we've done a scan of our community, and, other than the CP lands and, the basically the brownfield lands, whether that's, the Nelson Landing, the Kootenai Landing, the CP lands, etc. We're going to do that review on the Selkirk College lands, because I think those are potential development. Council's already rezoned the golf course lands to accommodate additional growth. We're tapped out pretty well in the city. And like I said, I think it would be a mistake to look at that in isolation of a regional growth plan, because people, as we can see around this table, we are all Nelsonites, and we don't all live in the municipal boundaries of Nelson.
I think it's worth keeping in mind that, as an example, that letter we got from the minister could be a starting point for that conversation, as an example. where Jesse lives is a small subdivision. There's no reason why there couldn't be more of those. Where Rick lives, small subdivision.
Or where I live.
Or where you live, is
Potentially.
small subdivision. So there's no reason why there couldn't be more development like that in, close proximity to the municipality.
But you need to know whether you have water, you need to know whether you can.
Zoning, all
Right.
of those things. Right? So-
And I'm not opposed to there being a regional component to a conversation like that, but I think we need to be able to do our own research and prioritize within our own city work, that we can look at what those options are in the city and see, or in the province, and see, what makes sense. I think that kind of stuff also comes out in that research. I just think we should prioritize doing that research.
Well, we could look at it interim, much like, Natalie, and do that type of research, I think.
Sebastian, what's your thoughts there? I mean, it's not like you don't have enough to do.
I'm sort of thinking, I just heard Councillor Page say that this was at the NAEDP table, and it sounds to me like it should actually stay right there, right now, given the fact that ENF sit at that table, and we're talking about the concept of the, in the old days, we used to always talk about maybe we should be a regional municipality. That's a term that's long past, but we've got two of the bigger players right there at that table, and I think that for right now should stay at that table. And as that table flushes it out a bit more, then the city can continue to look, because having been on the housing committee and having chaired that committee before, and having gone through the documents that were supplied to me by our great staff, that there isn't that much, we don't have big swaths of vacant land that need to be somehow better utilized. I mean, it's great that we're thinking that maybe there's some land up at Selkirk, because that would be the next big tranche of land that I would see potentially available. So just, past experience in my mind is that I think that it's where this discussion is where it needs to be right now. Doesn't mean it doesn't come back to this table. There's two of you that are on the NAEDP, and we have staff that are participating in that process, and I think that's where it should be right now, given the already heavy workload of the planning department. But
And I agree, and maybe we could hear from Sebastian if he wants to chime in. I just would look for this table, because we already know how tight the NADP budget is. It's well allocated. We also know from the staffing component where they're at. They have limited capacity, and we always have to bring in the regional partners in order to get some of that work above and beyond. So I'm just looking for, at this point, at this stage of this discussion, that council thinks it's a priority to support that work. Whether it's happening there, I agree with everything that's been said around the table. I just want to make sure that we're kind of sure-footed in getting that research done, so that when we're campaigning with Area E and Area F and looking for maybe funding to do the study, or work with Selkirk to get the study done, or get staff development resources from development services to inform that research, that, we're already there because we've had this conversation and we're like, yes, let's make sure we can get a good bit of research out of this. Anything to add?
Well, I guess, yeah, there's a lot of municipalities in similar situations to Nelson that have explored options, and some of those municipalities have come up with a preferred approach to dealing with the, various housing crisis. I mean, it would cost us roughly $30,000 to $40,000 to hire a consultant to explore options, and so that consultant would come into town and would talk to the Nelson Cares, and would talk to developers and kind of better understand the landscape. Would look at our vacant land use analysis and would come up with options and pros and cons for all those options, and then council could, these things take a bit of time to establish for sure, but the first step is to exploring what the real options are, and if a housing authority or corporation actually would solve any problems. So I think, budget of roughly 30,000
That's why he's bringing it up here.
get us that study. It would require some staff involvement. So again, it's just finding priorities within our work plan. Because we've got a ton of stuff to do this year, and what I'm hearing in the last few weeks, a lot of big developments that may be happening in the next few years. So that takes a lot of items to, they're not even work plan items. They just kind of come up, but that's kind of our day to day. So it's really a priority decision from council, and I will explore options to deliver the product. But what I'll need from you guys is to tell me, okay, here are the priorities, and then we'll push some stuff off, and we'll add some stuff, and we'll kind of play around.
So Sebastian, in the absence of that list of what you're currently doing, that's where that has to fit,
Yeah,
right?
and he is coming.
Yeah.
So why don't we
Exactly.
just defer this and, Sebastian can put that on as a possibility and he'll bring the bigger
Exactly.
plan, yeah.
Just before we go on, I just wanted to add that, is that cost benefit analysis of, there is a housing crunch, has been for a long time in this town. Is it holding us back as a town? Are we managing it? Are other organizations that they're building, are they relieving some of that stress so that our town can continue to move forward? I wonder where we're at.
Well, we don't.
Because I keep hearing that word crisis, we're in the housing crisis, but where are we at on a holistic view of the town as a whole?
If it was static, you could probably, look at it and say, if you add these housing units, but we're not static. We
Right.
seem to be,
Dynamic.
getting more population coming in and where does that go? Where, I'm not sure. An economist or someone could, clearly the pandemic has shifted how people work and where they want to be. And, I think we're feeling some of that. Kelowna is getting more expensive. All these things impact you. So, to predict that, what we do know is that we are seeing development, significant development. Even in this report here, we had 65 new housing units and in 2020, 50 single family, and in so far this year plus 5 multifamily developments. So that's a significant amount of development for a
Not to
community
mention
our
the private
size.
sector.
Well, that's including the private sector, yeah. And, we, as Sebastian said, we're talking to, some developers now that are looking at adding substantial more housing. Is it gonna make housing affordable? That's a totally different question.
And that's the wrestling question on the values based of, are we going to just let the market solve the entire problem and say any new development is solving the problem of the housing crisis, or are we going to be a community that is reflective of the Canadian population and has room for new families and first-time homeowners, as well as people retiring out, as well as people of an affluent nature? Are we going to be a balanced community of mixed income types, or are we going to be a community that is only a playground for the rich in 20 years? So I think that's why we do have to have these conversations and understand what options are available so that houses are built both on the modest and low-end side of the market, as well as houses that are two-story condos with glass roofs, and that there's a constant crossover between the economic classes as they go, because that, Nelson has been built on this arts and culture, as we all know, and those people, they throw themselves into their work. They don't throw themselves into necessarily the game of capitalism, and it's what has made Nelson what it is. So
They'll
we
sell
need
their
to keep room
house
for that.
at market value, just like everybody else will, right?
If they bought a
That's-
house, if they could ever buy a house over the last 20 years.
But I meant, we have artists that own houses. They're not selling their house for, what they paid for it either. It's, so I think there's two pieces. One, what is the housing stock, what is the availability of land to, to build on, and, can we influence, other than senior levels of government? We know what these projects cost. They were, 10, 12, $20 million for, so they're not being built any cheaper than any other house out there. So I don't know. I don't know if there's any municipality that's been able to solve that one. I know, I was just talking to the Lidstone, he was talking about the Whistler situation. They convinced the Crown to give them a big chunk of Crown property. That's how that worked. there was a big chunk of Crown property that they got gifted, and now they're able to develop it and make that work because they have zero land costs, right? And, you know, we don't have any large chunk of Crown property within our municipality, and like I said, I think where there's land is not within the municipality, not cheap land.
So again, supporting it at the NADB table.
Yeah.
But just also recognizing that new units are not always solving the problem. Like new stuff coming online is not always the thing that solves. It's got to be targeted where there is need, and which is why there needs to be, you know, at least a discussion on how we target some of that work, because the private sector will continue to add units to the city, and there will still be need in the city, and it is our role to bridge the gap and to understand our options when it comes to bridging the gap. So that's all I'm looking for to hear, is that we have at least an understanding around this table that work is starting to move around within the economic circles, and that we should be fulsome partners in getting that work done.
So I do have that under the next page on achieve excellence in city governance. So there's a bullet there that develop a regional housing plan is at a 2022 priority. So I was looking for feedback on that, and maybe this is the avenue, is like suggested by Councillor Morrison, to, you know, keep it in the NADP. And, you know, we're certainly getting, you know, they seem to say, well, you know, you guys should just solve the housing situation. So, you know, people can't find places to live. Well, if we could magically solve that, then it would have been done a while ago. But maybe with that business voice and E&F at the table, then, you know, maybe there's opportunity. I think we can certainly work with them to, you know, find like I said, an intern, like we did with Development Services, well, with Emily as well here. And, you know, if E&F want to throw in some money and make that happen, or as Sebastian said, the other route is hire a consultant to, you know, do that work. You know.
So, like we did the regional housing assessment, and there was a lot of good information in there. Would that be enough? Is there enough information in that piece to provide the impetus to say, okay, we really need a regional housing plan? This report says it clearly. This is what we got to do. Or do we have to hire a consultant to even bring it to another fine-grained level? I wonder, that's where I'm talking about the cost benefit. Like, is there value in hiring a consultant so that we get to the point where, yes, a regional housing strategy is what we need? Is that information already there?
Councillor Woodward, I think if we just hang on to our horses a little bit, the ideas are out there. Sebastian's going to be coming back to us, as Kevin said, laying out his workload. Let's see where that fits, and if there's a place for it, or if there's a gap where, you know, he feels we're not addressing that, then maybe it can be fitted into something he's already doing. But so let's just leave it at that for now. Is that okay?
That's good.
Thank you.
Janice, did you have something you wanted to add to that?
Well, I did want to add a little bit to that, Mayor, if you don't mind, in terms of the fact that I guess this is where I have a difficulty with this conversation, because what I see is Nelson here potentially stepping up to the plate to pick up the tab for whatever this next project happens to look like. And, you know, we pick up the tab a lot, let's just be honest. And one of the things here is that we participated in this regional housing study. Most of what that I saw in that study was information that we potentially already had, because we'd struck a housing committee back in 2012. I believe, Mayor Dooley, you assigned Donna McDonald that task. Yeah. And there was work done. There was always this pushback that the work wasn't complete or the work wasn't good enough, which is often what we hear about documents that we produce. I'm sure there's people out there that think that Nelson Next is the weakest document they've ever seen. It's just the way it goes. We got that report. We spent that money at the RD. The RD did that report. They got together and they had a few meetings afterwards as the report was distributed. They had one meeting where I made sure at the board that I said, make sure that you're inviting, please, the councillors Page and Woodward, who are our housing advocates on our council, to that meeting. I know you guys participated in that meeting, and now it's been crickets ever since. To me, it's another one of these documents that's made, it's thick, and it's sitting collecting dust now on a shelf. Perhaps what we need to be doing is asking the regional district, and perhaps it is a directive with the permission of the full council here, a directive of the housing committee that we have to ask the regional district, actually, when's the next regional housing meeting? And maybe we should just start with that. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, well, I'll do that.
Sorry, that's a.
I will do that for you.
Just, you kind of sat on my last hair on a Friday afternoon here on that issue. So my apologies if anybody took any offense, but I think that's where this discussion needs to go.
It's fair.
Thank you.
Commit to a workshop around housing too, to elaborate on this conversation?
Pardon me?
Didn't we commit to a workshop, housing workshop?
The library would still like one.
Did we?
Maybe I'm making that up.
We might have.
You definitely did.
That was like a month ago.
Yeah, we
Last time this all kind of flared up.
very well probably did.
But, unfortunately, it's a bit of a black hole. You know, it's a never-ending conversation, and there seems to be a idea that if housing's not built for a certain level of employment, it's not valuable. Like, none of the housing that's been built in Nelson recently has been left empty. People are purchasing the $500,000 homes and the $600,000 homes, and people are moving into the units that are, you know, there's some type of subsidy involved or a lower rent threshold. I'm not sure we're meeting all of the needs by any means, but at the same time, there's nothing's being left unused. So that also tells you something as well, that, you know, there's people willing to and able to pay at, you know, some of the prices that are out there. So it's
Yeah, we have.
when you look at, and I've had a number of meetings over the years with ministers that are involved in housing, and they'll all tell you the same, and it may be the same today as it was the last time I did it at UBCM live, is that Nelson per capita has its fair share or more, this is what they'll tell you, of subsidized housing that was delivered by BC Housing, as an example. And I don't know if we have that inventory somewhere in-house here, but someday when you have time, I can run it right off the top of my head, all the way from Rosemont to the Rotary Building in Upper Fairview. There's the number of housing units that have been delivered in our community, and say, it started, Janice, as you know, Judy Gayton was one of the drivers back in the 80s to get the ball rolling on affordable housing units, and there's been a lot built in our community. It doesn't mean we're at the end by any means, but at the same time,
And we're looking at a new one at the youth center as an example.
yeah, it's the next one. So, you know, at the same time, again, there's a fine line between facilitating and advocating and taking on the responsibility as a municipality, because that is not our responsibility. That's a provincial and federal government responsibility to fund and make these projects happen. Can we facilitate? Can we advocate? Can we help those that are trying to advocate? Absolutely. But beyond that, I'm not sure what our role is.
And research will flush that out
Well,
at the regional table with our district partners.
Exactly, yeah. So
So
Okay.
we can
hopefully
get
it will.
there.
Hopefully it will, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that's where we'll focus that one on, and just, you know, just a recognition that regardless of what table it is, it does end up taking some of our staff time to be parts of those things. So
Which is why I brought it up here. 'Cause
Yeah,
I
no,
don't
for sure.
I don't want to
wherever it is, yeah,
talk about it there and
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
we don't have an understanding here. It's going to happen.
yeah. All right, so in the achieve excellence in city governance, you know, building those community relationships. Obviously, the pandemic piece, I referenced it here. That's recovery is still happening. A new one, slightly new, I guess. You know, certainly council has done a good job of advocating for that new intersection at the four-way stop. But, you know, highways ends with building the hardscape, the greenscape on that is our responsibility, and having some discussions with Sebastian, we do think it's prudent to, hire a landscape architect and develop a smart plan for that. And, again, it's one of these things, to, build off an existing project to enhance that gateway into our downtown. What do we do with that current Baker Street signage? What do we do with, some of the art down there? How do we make these sidewalks, et cetera, all work? And so again, Sebastian, I know you were going to try to reach out to, the same firm that's doing the work for the hardscape, the design for the intersection. It would make sense to utilize them. So I don't know if you've had a chance to do that at this stage. Or...
Yeah, I haven't heard back from them yet,
Okay.
but yeah, I'm looking into it.
Okay. So again, just a heads up, that's some work we need to do. They're hoping to either get capital funding in 2022 or at the latest 2023. So we need to, build that in. And, just from the Nelson Next point of view, they are planning cycling, making that cycling friendly, the intersection there. You'll be able to activate it, the lights and stuff from a bike, and there'll be dedicated lanes, etc. What else is there? I mentioned the NDCC, so that's kind of the business community groups part, or government organizations. Our own employees, how we grow them. So, we've adopted this Partners in Leadership. That's how we, it's an accountability model. We've done some training in the past with our staff. It kind of got put on hold over the pandemic, and we need to really kind of reintroduce that and work with our staff. And the new piece, again, I've let you know that we've been doing some work in this area, is both the Truth and Reconciliation piece. The September 30th, we've had some really good meetings with our staff. We're building relationships with both the college. Shelley Boyd did come up for that, so we need to continue that work. Sarah's leading that part of it, and then obviously on the radar, the diversity and inclusion piece is something that we really need to start working in our own organization on. So just want to know that's kind of the focus areas for that staff development.
Great.
All right, how we engage with the community. Certainly the Nest Lab is a good community piece that we're doing on the climate change side. We've had this discussion back and forth over the last few years, is to, can we create this space where innovation happens, whether that's, certainly we have some goals around the climate side of it, but, Keith, the housing side, that could also go to, into that innovation space and say, how do we solve some of the housing thing? So I have had discussions with CAST, NED, Community Futures, the Chamber, and Foresight. And so just to give you an update, CAST has now hired a half-time person for our area. Melanie, someone?
Melanie Fleming or something?
Yeah. Melanie?
Melanie. Sorry, Melanie.
Yeah. And she's been,
Wonderful.
and also Laurie Fair, so they're quite open to working with us and making that place that innovation lab, certainly, and they were struggling with, how does, what does that mean from that climate side of it? And, I gave them a couple practical examples. The food cycler as an example. Would that be the go-to place where you learn about the food cycler? Emily can do training with you. You come pick it up there, or it has a physical presence. You solve your problems there. You connect with that tech community. You see your heat pump there, whatever. And also the Nest Lab, is that where they actually meet? Is that where they connect to the the innovators out there, it becomes a presence, and we can send problems there, whether it's housing or other issues we're trying to solve here. And it's again, that physical space, they have NSERC in there, they have, some creative people are built around that, and we've invested heavily in that space. I think we should figure out how we use it to the best of our advantage, and maybe not look at it as funding the NAC, but maybe leasing a space and resources that allow us to solve our challenges.
Melanie Fortain.
Councillor Woodward.
Fortain, okay, good.
I just think back to seeing some of the pictures of the original heritage revitalization. There was actually a storefront that you'd go into, and you're like, I got a building, and I want to make it heritage again, and they would help you out. It'd be interesting if we could get people involved. There was actually a storefront, and you'd walk in, you could look at a heat pump, you could talk about your, making your house more wildfire safe. You could, all kinds of things could be in there.
Yeah.
A couple of staff that could help you, that could connect you.
Yeah.
People often say, you can just do it all through the computer, but there's really a visceral thing of going in and actually speaking to somebody who knows what they're doing. So, just an idea, storefront.
I'm supportive in us figuring this out. I'm still unclear overall, because I do know this work came out of the NADP. Studies were done to develop the work hub model. COVID has impacted the launch. In all honesty, the thing actually hasn't really launched, right? We're just it launched in the middle of COVID, and we're still in COVID. So I've got more. I'll look for us to, as these conversations develop, to get a deeper understanding of the objectives at the end of it. I get how we might want to bring what we want to get done onto the space, but the space was also brought into being from some research that was done to support the overall community with a gathering space. And so,
and I'm not suggesting it would be ours exclusively.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think it's, I think there's an intersection between the two. Right?
Yeah. I'll wait to get more clarity on what that intersection actually is.
All right, and the other one that's just come up, I had a meeting with Angus Graham. I think I mentioned to council a week or so ago, and he was talking about creating a gathering place in Nelson, similar to the one they have in Castlegar. And again, a grant stream came across my desk. I fired it off to Joy and Sydney and Angus and said, this might be a fit to make that happen here. And there seems to be some willingness from both Joy and Sydney and Angus to make that happen. He's connected us with the campus facilities person for the college, and they've been getting not pressure, but interest from their employees in the Nelson campuses to create a similar space here. And I know there's been some discussion at council, how do we start to make that happen here. So they're doing some research and the possibility of getting some grant funding to make that happen, and just wanted to let the council know that's a new thing on the horizon. So that's in that community realm. As far as the financial management and stuff, Chris and his team has nailed that, so there's no more work needed there.
Just done.
Oh, like Chris.
In fact, we're laying off the whole finance staff. They're done. No, there's, again, the ongoing work of how do we make this all work at the end of the day. And so again, that's ongoing. The other one I wanted to flag is really, and again, we've talked to council about this, is this whole records management and the full implementation of Microsoft Teams. That's going to be a project in 2022 that Sarah and Joanna will lead, and we have that recovery funding that we talked to council about as as, you know, a chance for us to lift ourselves up and put us in a better place going forward. We tend not to create that time or space to actually utilize these new softwares and systems to the best benefit of our organization. We think you probably, all of you in those businesses, you know, you tend to go back to what you're comfortable with and familiar with, and don't use the capacity of these new systems to how they were developed to make our lives easier, not more complicated. Just as we saw today, right? Technology was easy. So again, that's whole, you know, we got, you know, I know Sebastian brought that up as his department is bursting at the seams with paper, and they need to, you know, get this all digitized and in a way that is, you know, benefits people in the future. They're not trying to find old records from 20 years ago that are, you know, at the bottom of a file cabinet somewhere.
So do we know what the system is going to be for records management?
No, we have a
We have a
system that the LGMA has a system for local governments of, you know, just the filing. You know, I'll let you speak.
Dewey Decibel system.
Essentially that's what it is. I mean, it's a little more complex than that, but right now, only part of the organization uses that system, that standardized sort of numbering and naming system. So we want to try and get the whole organization using the same system, but we also want to make sure that we're doing it in Teams and using Microsoft 365 to do that. So it's like, it's quite a
I get it. Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Well, it's amazing how much.
So that's
That's a short list.
So other than the day-to-day work we do, like plowing streets and sidewalks and
Taking care of the
all
pipes.
those things, these are the initiatives that we're trying to advance that, you know, that this group had influenced, or, you know, and again, I think you recognize some of these were in play before you got on council, but that just speaks to how long it takes to move these things forward. So hopefully that.
Thank you.
That is, you know, is the work that you're supportive of us trying to keep moving forward, and you don't have to make any decisions right now, but, you know, maybe have some thought on that, and there are sort of gaps there that you want to look at. You really have, what are we talking about? You know, well, 12 months, you know, before you're. You know, your term's up, and you'll either be in campaign mode that you're looking to come back, or a few of you are going to go out to the hammock in the shade there, or the shade, not the sun.
He's talking to you.
Or the regional district, or the regional district.
Just finishing up, Rick.
Literally just came back.
For the food, just care for the food, right?
Yeah, just for the food.
Okay, well, if there's nothing else, we're tidied up, and thanks council and staff. And thank you guys very much for coming.
Thanks for the company
today and presenting. I really enjoyed everything you've done. And with that, I'd like a motion to adjourn, please. Councillor Renwick, Councillor Lochtenberg. Oh,
Get Council Lochtenberg on
got to get your name on this on here somehow. Right? All in favor? Carried. Thanks very much.
Thank you.